What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? Shout out to my main man, DBS in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Benny! Yo, Benny! What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Crockett's in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Salute to my man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Fort Lauderdale D. I see you, fam. Yo, Styles. Kennels in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Yo, Don. What's up, fam? Shout out to the legendary Fat Bill Reynolds in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Salute to my man, Pepper Ray in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, AJ! What's up, fam? Salute to my main man, T-Mac in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What's up, fam? Another shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil, representing in the house tonight. What's up, fam? My man, Double M Despo. What's up, fam? Yo, Russell Show. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Joe Brown, representing in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Shout out to my brother, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Brad P. I see you, fam. What's up? Shout out to my man, Lee Marshall's in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Landon Hills in the house. What's up, fam? 6143. Yo, what's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Tony Bacon's in the house. Yo, K-Walk. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you showing up to the Shark Tank fam. As you notice, you come into the room where there's a lot of blue, K-Walk. Don't take much to get that blue, fam. You ain't got part of it right by just showing up. Next thing you all you gotta do is participate in the chat. You Participate in the chat. Check it out, fam. You will be getting that hardware. Shout out to my man, SBO Kennels in the house representing tonight. Salute to my man, Mr. Carlos Reyes in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, the Georgia boy. What's up, fam? Yo, salute to my man, Mr. Ron King's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Hey Man Kennels in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Perez Brown's in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Mo-Key. Yo, Mo-Key. What's up, fam? Salute to my man, Bundle Views. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Anthony Pauls in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Jory Kennels. What's up, fam? Yo, my man, Wells Kennels Combine representing in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Yo, Bo in there. Yo, Bo in there. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, SBC Kennels in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Marriage Schools in the house. What's up, fam? Like to welcome and salute everybody in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? For this Hot Mic Friday. Look here, fellas, y'all don't forget to take that poll. You guys don't forget to take that poll and don't forget to hit them like buttons. We need to get them likes up, Sharks. I see a lot of y'all in here. We need to get them likes up, fam. Shout out to my man, Rick Banshee's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Anthony Poles in the house. What's up, fam? Appreciate the love on them likes, fellas. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I see I'm starting to move now. Really appreciate that. Show the love. I mean, come on. This is the Shark Tank. Y'all know what's up. Let's do this. Shout out to my man, Samurai Kennels, Modern Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Come on, I know I got more than 53 people in this room tonight. I know I got more than 53. We need to tighten up on them boats. Let me see what that boat tidy looking like. There we go. There we go. We need some more participation on the poll. You know, this is a temperature check anyway. I just like to know how everybody handles situations like that because it seems like it's a lot of that going on nowadays. I want to see how people are handling it. Salute to the young hitmaster in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Supreme Excellence in the house. What's up, fam? Asiatic soldiers in the house. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Yo, Asiatic soldiers, you know you done came into the room. And you notice there's a whole lot of blue, fam. Let me explain how that works. Don't cost you nothing to get that blue. All you gotta do is show up. You done did that already. Now the only thing you gotta do is participate in the chat. When I say participate in the chat, get involved in the conversation. You know, get involved in what's going on in the chat. That give me an idea to see how you working out in the chat. Everything work out, fam, you will be getting that hardware, fam. Shout out to any other new viewers out there, y'all. Don't forget to hit them like buttons and don't forget to hit that subscribe. Another thing, our chat room is called the Shark Tank. A lot of information going on over there in the Shark Tank. For all the new viewers and those who happen to be here at the show tonight, just don't watch the show. Pay close attention to what's going on in the Shark Tank. There's a lot of information that you can get out of that Shark Tank. That's why I always say, always, don't just watch the show, but pay close attention to what's going on in Shark Tank. The two work together, which set for a great experience. So again, do not forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. Shout out to my man, ODG Bulldogs. What's up, baby? Now y'all know, don't forget to hit that super chat, them super stickers, and whatever's else out there, you know what I'm saying? You know, again, the reason I say that because, believe it or not, super chats and super stickers, they get recognized completely around here. But trust me, I do my best to try to keep up with that running chat because you do not have to actually pay to ask questions or get your comment noticed because I'm always trying to follow in the chat. But I will give all super chats and all super stickers acknowledgement, which means they will get priority here. So in case I happen to miss somebody along the way, don't feel offended. But just know all my super chats and super stickers will be acknowledged. Thank you. What's up, fam? Rooted Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Spike Brothers Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Dead Gang Boxing in the house tonight. What's up, fam? Game Boy Incorporated. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, longtime supporter, Mr. Prentice Cards in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Eli Monster. What's up, fam? My man, another long-time supporter, COVID 500 Kennels representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? Appreciate that, fellas. Appreciate that, fellas. Y'all keep being participants in that damn poll. Quick shout out to my man Fat Bill Reynolds on the show last night. I ended up catching it late though, Fat Bill, but it was a great show. Shout out to my man, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Brian. Yo, All right, y'all know what time it is. You know what time it is. Shark Tank. Y'all know before we sit down, we gotta get out. Y'all check that shit. Y'all feed them dogs. Y'all make sure they got that water. For those who dealing with that cold, y'all make sure them dogs staying warm. Y'all check them cameras. Cause you did all that, it's time to get on and get this party started. Right, yes sir. What's up, fellas? I'm gonna be the one starting off tonight as usual, Mo. Still out there working, but he'll be right in. Look, I was checking out that pole. And you know every time we throw a pole up there, we doing temperature checks. You know what I'm saying? So bear with me as I get this thing here started right. I'm doing everything right now, but hold on 1 second. Now y'all know, I've been watching the poll here. One of the reasons I went after the poll, because I see, back in the day when we had problems like that and shit, we tried a lot of different things of how we settled it. Sometimes we would just actually not go back, or they'll say, hey, I owe you one. Next time they come around, and you just save it out there and you give it to somebody else to take advantage of. I never ever had anybody really give us a problem on not, taking what we had and we didn't get and give it to somebody else and they didn't honor it. That just is something that never happened. And the poll question was, if you paid a stud fee and it doesn't produce, how would you want to handle the matter? I have 62% at redoing the breeding. I have 19% request a refund. 15% the stud owner offers a puppy, and D at 4% request a puppy of choice. Now between that C and D, that the stud owner offers a puppy and a request a puppy of choice. Me personally, if it was gonna be between one of them two, I would want to pick the puppy instead of having somebody just give me what they wanted me to have. Because even though we didn't really sell dogs or sell puppies, you know what I mean? If I was buying a puppy, I would like to pick my puppy. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get in there and say, yeah, I want that one. You know what I mean? Or if you owe me something, let me be the one to make the choice of what I get instead of you just give me what you want me to have. I'm just saying. I'm not, me personally, I voted for the redo the breed. Sometimes that don't always work, and we have to just come up with something else. Because most of the time, before I hassle anybody, or I generally dealt with how we dealt with that situation. Mo generally handled the breeding and what he was breeding to me. I handled how we collected on those breeds. And me personally, I was always up to redoing the breed. And just, to make this clear, we never had an issue with any one of our females ever dropping puppies. Because you remember, those two breedings that we end up having with a certain person that didn't take, and they tried to say it was the female. We turned around and bred the female to something on the yard, and she had puppies. So at that point in time, collection was due. So that kept down a whole lot of those issues of taking away the situation the way it was, and it turned out that we was right in that whole situation, because I think they already knew the dog had a broke dick. So broke dick dogs, you heard about them. Broke dick dogs, it happens, you can't fix the broke dick dog. So at that point, certain things you just have to deal with a certain way. But redoing the breeding is always the gentleman's way of trying to get it handled. Not saying it always worked, but then that would be always my first, solution to dealing with the problem. Now, things that, as this modern day situation, get a lot of complaining and, dogs not taking, and then people just pointing fingers, and then you never get nothing done. Then you start putting out bad words, and this is still a gentleman. We all know this. You know, step fees, it's always you're taking the risk. My thing is, you got the bitch, so you gonna have all the puppies if there be puppies. Who knows what the puppy deal might be. There's always negotiation. Yeah, I do this for this amount, and then I'll take a puppy. You know what I mean? And then I want to choose a puppy, or they can choose a puppy. You always have a negotiation. Remember, all these things comes with negotiations. So you always have to honor the negotiations based on what you guys agreed to. I'm not a fan of paying the stuff fee and not getting no dogs and don't get nothing in return, not even my money, no nothing. And then the blame game starts. Because at that point, there's always leading to issues. And then once that starts happening, you're going to always have problems. And it's been a whole lot of back and forth that I notice goes on when people, here in these times, because, we got Facebook. So you see a whole lot of different complaints that's going on when it comes to these matters. So I would just want to, because if I wanted to ask somebody, I was going to ask people here in the Shark Tank, because you guys are very familiar with how you move around. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to hear from some qualified people instead of watching it on Facebook. I'm going to ask the Shark Tank and all my viewers to see where they stand on the matter. And considering what I'm seeing, everybody, and I would expect that from the Shark Tank, they're always going to give you an opportunity to fix the problem, redo the breed. I understand that. But for all the other ones, I don't like that either, because, again, it's all the way you choose to handle the situation. I think it's always going to be a gentleman way to handle any and everything in these matters. It just comes down how that negotiation proceeds to being corrected. To sit back and just take an L. I've never ever felt like that was a gentleman way of handling it, because that's like somebody just taking your money. And I've never been away in this dog game. It's never been a situation that I felt like at any point that I should have ever felt like somebody was taking something from me. Me walking away from it saying don't worry about it, that's one thing. But for me to request a certain thing, or how we're going to address this, and then we ain't going to have no negotiations about it, then that's taken. I've never been a fan of taking, or anybody trying to take anything. I think these things should always be handled in a matter of gentleman ways, and you're always going to find a way to handle the matter. Nowadays, it don't seem like it's as gentleman as possible, because it's so easy to run to Facebook and bash somebody about it, you know what I mean, or spit poison on somebody. I just think that's just not the right way to do it. Generally, when you're doing business is between two individuals, and you make an agreement on something, you abide by those agreements. If a man chooses to give that breeding to somebody else, then you owe that breeding to whoever he chooses to say, hey, you can have that breeding. Not up to you to decide, no, I don't want that, or no, I don't want to give you, I'm going to give you your money back, instead of just giving the breeding to somebody else, because it might be somebody he don't want. I've never ran into that situation, and we've done it a couple times and never had a problem with, hey, I'm going to send you owe me that breeding. I'm going to see what's the name, if you could give it to him. Never seen him ever say no. So that's just one of them things that I just feel like if you can get that part of negotiation right, everything else is supposed to be like Scotia. Other thing, let me see who we got going here. If there anybody that I may have missed came in. See here, let's run down here through the chat. As y'all notice, we're going to be talking about them BOYLES dogs tonight. Shout out to my man Common Sense in the house. What's up, fam? I see you. Mr. Greg Evans, I see you, fam. Baltimore Salvo, I see you, fam. My man Ben Brockton representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? Now y'all probably, I really don't. My man, Oak Man, I see you, fam. My man, Mr. Jermaine Hunter, what's up, fam? Magnolia Kennels, welcome to the show. Appreciate you showing up at the show, Magnolia Kennels. Look here, thank you for showing up. As you know, you come into a room full of blue. We call this our Shark Tank. Now, you don't have to pay for this blue. All you have to do is show up. You have shown up already. Now that you're here, all you have to do is participate in the chat. I say participating in the chat. As you see, this chat runs in their journey, talk about things that's going on pertaining to what we talk about and some other things. And I always like to see my new viewers just come into the show for the first time to kind of blend in and get in there with them. So, show me what you know. See if you can handle hanging out with the sharks, because you're going to be in shark infested water, and it's always to become a part of that. I want you to feel like you're a part of it by getting in there, jumping in there with them, having your comments or having your opinions, because again, don't be afraid to have your opinions around here, because your opinions, they do matter. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. We don't bash anybody for their opinions. We're always going to address what we feel in this Shark Tank, because that's why we call it the Shark Tank. You know how sharks is. You know what I mean? When they're hungry, they're going to eat. So always be respectable to the other sharks. That's something else why I always say participate, because I want to see how you interact when you swim in amongst the sharks. Those things right there, with you showing up, being able to swim with the sharks, you deserve to be with the sharks. And I will give you that hardware, fam. So appreciate you showing up. If there's anybody I missed. I see you, Mr. Vincent Huxton. What's up, fam? My man, Frank Cervantes. What's up, fam? That's what I'm talking about, Magnolia Kennels. You're doing the right thing. Just hang out with them, man. I'm trying to tell you, that's all it takes. Participating in the chat, because I see you. Shout out to my man, longtime supporter, Mr. Courtney Edwards. What's up, fam? Mr. Charles Johnson, welcome to the show, fam. I see you, fam. Mr. Johnson, appreciate you showing up to the show. I'm pretty sure if you didn't hear me, but I'm going to tell you, because you deserve the right to hear this. Hey, as you notice, you walked in the room full of nothing but a bunch of blue. This is what we consider, this is our Shark Tank. It don't cost you nothing to become that blue. All you have to do is show up, and you have shown up already. So you halfway there. Other thing I ask you to do is participate in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Jump in there. Start swimming with them sharks. I just want to see if you can hang out with them, how you get along with them sharks. You know what I'm saying? That's all. And I'm going to see it because I'm following the chat. If you can do that, I promise you, you will be getting that Shark Tank blue, baby. Thanks again for showing up, though. My man, Mr. Mike Dan's in the house. What's up, fam? I think I got everybody here. Hey, one thing I want to do is, before we get started, hold on, let me shout out to my man. My man, Ray MFN Davis. What's up, fam? I wanted to tell y'all, I am so happy for the numbers that we have been putting up, these last couple shows. The numbers we have been putting up, we're getting a whole lot more views because we're getting a whole lot more people hitting them like buttons, and I appreciate you guys, especially you sharks. Y'all have a whole lot to do with that, with them likes, and getting out there, just visiting rooms, and you're getting around, and everything is just becoming love. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad to see how big the Shark Tank is starting to get here, because again, the more the people, The more the information you're going to receive, the more we're going to have an impact on our fraternity and definitely going to have an impact on the show. And based on the numbers, we have definitely had a jump in our numbers, and we want to keep on producing and having some great shows. But again, our show is nothing without not only our viewers, but the people that you see in that Shark Tank. You know what I mean? That's why I'm always going to salute and always appreciate what they do. Again, don't forget that super chat. We always, try to keep that super chat and those super stickers. And remember, around the bottom we have the our information to the Cash App, because we're always going to be looking for donations, because we're always going to say support the channel. We don't push that. And I don't know, it's not something that we try to push, because this part of the game, we like what we do. But everything that goes into this channel, as you noticed, we got a new camera. So we wanted to get into a little bit better view. So we got a little HD 4K camera. You know what I mean? Our next thing is working on a whole new mic setup. Believe it or not, I got my mic. I'm trying to determine whether it's my mic or the video equipment that we're using. That's how we can go from picture to screen and all that, because we're using a video mixer in order to do that. And our sound has to go through it, and sometimes I don't know which is which. But I've been trying to tell my brother, look, man, this is my studio mic, man. I put a horn directly up to it and blow hard, and that bad boy still never, ever blinked out on me at no time at all. So I'm trying to make it possible where I can get the hardware to work with the studio hardware that we already have. So we've been at it for a while. It doesn't do it all the time, but then, trying to watch the chat and trying to watch that, I miss that sometime. And thanks to the chat for keeping me up on it, because they'll tell me, hey, no sound, no sound. And sometimes I let it get too far out of hand because I'm too busy caught up in what's going on in the chat. And by the time I get down to it, you've been out 3 minutes. So I'm trying to do better, fellas, by taking care of that issue too. But for right now, I just want to say I'm turning this over to my man Mo. He gonna pick it up from here. And again, thank you for all the donations and everything that you guys do. And y'all keep doing what y'all do, and I'll holler. What's up, fellas? What's up, people? What's up, dogs? Yeah, man. We'll start this night out right. What's up, y'all? Thanks, y'all, for coming, man. I got caught up on a service call. I ain't supposed to be out there anyway. Oh, man. My bus, fella. I'm sitting here just talking. I forgot to hit the home button, but y'all in there now. What's up, y'all? I'm back. I'm here. What's up now? I see he was talking about the numbers. Am I in? Am I back? Check the stuff, make sure I'm back. Coming and moving shit. Okay, you back. Okay, y'all. Sorry about that. I moved a little box over here and just shot everything down. Hey, how that pole doing? Anybody know what the pole looking like? We have 109, and that's where we're at right now. Redo the breathing. redo the breeding. Well, let me read it. It says, if you pay the stud fee and it doesn't produce, how would you want to handle the matter? A, redo the breeding. B, request a refund. C, stud owner offers a puppy. D, request a puppy of your choice. All right, we got 109 votes right now. We got 63% says redo the breeding. 18% says request a refund. 13% says stud owner offers a puppy. And 6% says request a puppy of choice. My input is, if you don't get the first one, you got to go get the second. Just remember this. You don't hit, that means the time that you actually made the breeding, you're going 52 days looking for some puppies that don't show up. Or the fact that you know she ain't pregnant, okay? And then you got to wait till she come in heat all over again. Hopefully he's available. Hopefully it was on you and not him, and try it again. Now, do you know it takes almost like 8, 9 months that you know you might get puppies within a 10-month period if things work out right? See, that's the thing about redo. Because what if there's not a redo? Remember, I went to Angels Apache. I didn't have puppies. My redo, Amber wasn't around for the redo. You know what I'm saying? So that means we're going to redo something. And I took her daughter and redid it with Mayday. But then I also bred to Bozak, Champion Pretty Mama, was bred to Champion Bozak, Hardcore Bozak. And I knew when we tried to give her the ace promazine to get her drunk and knock her down, and we had her in a breeding stand. I don't know how we did it up there in Windy City, but it was just something about Bozak that, you know, she was trying to be a match dog. Wasn't trying to be no bitch in heat, trying to have no puppy with that one. Ace promazine knocked her down, and she still did a flip in the breeding box, and we didn't have puppies. So where's the redo to that? It wasn't never going to be a redo to that because I just didn't think that she was going to be able to breed with Bozak because we don't know, don't understand, but she didn't like it, period. And she was meant, heat, didn't matter. She was in full go, regardless of how we tied her down on the breeding stand. She's a very strong dog. Muzzled her up, shot her over ace promazine, and that heifer still acted a complete donkey. Got a chance to get him stuck, but I mean, that was only one. I wasn't expecting no puppies if that was the best we was going to get out of that situation because who wants to do that 2 more times? So that came to a flat end, and I didn't want to repeat that. So I was offered a puppy. I mean, I preferred the puppy at that time because I liked what the puppy was. You know, I liked it what the puppy was. It was off of Bozak, bred to Baby and them. They saw off the Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. Jerry Kells literally my sister, basically. It was Yellow Buck and Miss Nico, bred to Bozak. So I took the puppy. That's what I did. I took the puppy. I'm just gonna leave that right there. You know, and Pretty Mom was only bred we bred the Barracuda, and we had some pups. I think it was like 2 females, and we ended up sending them to St. Louis. Then we bred her to, before that we bred her to Beetlejuice. They had no problem. So I bred to Jesse James and didn't have no pups. Waited, went back, didn't have no pups. Now, why would I want something, a puppy in return when if he can't have, after 2 tries, I can't have puppies? Why would you think I would want you to give me a puppy when I don't believe they're his puppies? You know what I'm saying? I know this bitch is a brood bitch, so there's no doubt that she can have puppies. It was just that after basically a year of waiting, both times no pups. And it started, I'm around in the game, and I started noticing something. Why when people breed to him and standing right there, we have no puppies? And the people that's not breeding to him, on site are having puppies. And regardless of whether you're a good friend or not, I'm not supposed to be your friend and pick up on that, especially when I'm not having puppies. I paid like everybody else paid. So that was a situation. Yeah. In the end, it came out okay, but it didn't come out in the process that when we go to breed something to a stud or something with our females, there's something that you want, and once you don't get it, then you have to make other arrangements. I ain't keen on all that. I breed a stud feed out, and I left several out there. I bred to Jake the Snake. I bred to, let me see, who was that did not take up their Wendy season? I know I bred one of my bitches to, wasn't Beetlejuice. I think it was, no, it was either Red Man or Reno. It was one of those dogs that I had bred, and I didn't have pups. So there was always a breeding up there to Windy City. And, he always, I wasn't worried. We went 2 years down the line, and I ended up giving it to, like I said in some of my other video, I said I gave my breeding to Pro Set on Jack the Snake, and the breeding I had up at Windy City. And each one of those were honored. So, did I get anything out of the deal? No. No. Could I have requested a refund? I probably could have, but I guarantee you, when you start looking for refunds, when you make these stud breedings, watch how much trouble. Make sure that you have an understanding before you breed anything. If my dog does not take, I want an option to have a refund before you do anything. If you ain't willing to give me my money back, then I don't care who it is. Mayday, G. If you can't give me my money back and I got to settle at the worst a puppy, then I don't think that's a good deal. Unless you're selling your puppies for $1,000 and some of you great grand champions and champions for $1,500, then I'm still losing out. Super mic check one. Okay. Where did they lose me at? Right there before. I don't get it. Okay. Let me see. I don't know why I got dropped out at, but I rewind a little bit on the scenario where I bred to Windy City. Yeah, I bred to Windy City, and I bred to Jake the Snake and didn't have pups. In the long run, mic check. Mic check one. Mic check. Okay, go ahead. Okay, where we lose that? About the right there before the weekend. All right, y'all. I guess we're gonna try this again. What I was saying was on the Luke Kane situation, I bred Brat to Luke Kane and we didn't have pups. I mean, he bred her one time, I can tell he had his hands full with her. So, I know I sent her out on a Friday and she was back on a Saturday. So that was like, man, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? So to this day, he's still owing me. You know what I mean? That's the point to be clear. I'll press him for it. But those are the breedings that never happen. And they got paid for it to happen. Like I said, if I got a female and I'm breeding to a stud, I'm going to have puppies. I might have 3 or 4 puppies. I might have a whole bunch of puppies. Either way, I'm going to have more than just a puppy. You know what I'm saying? So you somebody trying to give me a puppy when I'm looking forward to a whole litter of puppies. That's why I'm making this effort of, either having to ship or make that drive or whatever it takes to breed to the dog that I'm trying to breed to. So to satisfy that by trying to give me a puppy, I don't think it's a great deal. And like I said, if I'm not gonna breed to anybody if we can't come to an agreement. If I choose, if this thing don't take, and I choose not to do or redo, I prefer to get my money back. Bottom line. Let's do that. Let's understand that when I call you before I leave with the bitch. Because if we can't come to that agreement, then I'll continue looking for a stud dog. But that's something to all you guys out there. You need to get that made clear. Because I'm not a fan of giving me no damn puppy. I need a whole litter. It's still not doing me nothing to give me a puppy. Even though I got one from Big Mike, all the rest of them who didn't, I didn't want nothing. I didn't want nothing off of Jesse James because if I can't have nothing off of Jesse James, who said these other ones ain't off of Jesse James? You trying to get me? Big Mike is the only one that I wanted something from that I was satisfied with because me and him put the work in. And I wasn't willing to or wanting to go back and put that kind of work in dealing with the situation between Pretty Mama and Bozak. So the opportunity to get one of them puppies, it was straight. That was wonder. Okay?
Everybody else ended up on me. Like I said, a lot of them didn't. I never asked for anything after that, or because they either had to redo all my money back. But that was one thing that I had always made clear. One thing for sure, if I left it there, I always felt like it was something that was sitting on the shelf that I always thought, honorably, I would never have a problem. Windy City and the boys that had Jake the Snake, they were pretty cool and they honored Tom. Tom offered me puppies for letting him do it. I didn't want his puppies. I had a bunch of dogs of my own. But somewhere down the line, I know I could always go back to Tom. You know what I'm saying? I could always go back to Windy City or guys that had Jake, and they would take in whatever I wanted, open arms, because I put forth something, didn't make an issue about it, didn't nag about it, didn't whine about it, kept it moving. Because I know one day I might need you, I'll swing back through. And so that's a lot of doors that were left open when you're dealing with these dogs, and you making these breedings, understand, make it clear before you even put in the effort. Don't get caught up so much into the stud that you miss the main things that really become a factor after the breed. That's what you want to make sure of. Redos and money back. Get away from that puppy shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, 13 people, and I'm one of them, bred the Mayday before he went to Ecuador and didn't have puppies. You know what I mean? Now, again, that's the situation. Why would I want to be repaid a puppy? Victor was a good guy. Now, they can't explain to me why it was that many dogs that had been bred to him and didn't have puppies. That part right there was a concern. That's just bottom line. This happened prior to him leaving and going to Ecuador. That's how Brad ended up in Ecuador. Because she was in Miami, and when he packed up all the dogs, he took her with him. Y'all heard the story about that. She got sick. One of the heats was a fakie. Did Brat have puppies when Victor had it? Is there a litter of Brat Mayday puppies prior to mine? I don't believe none of that shit. I've heard all those crazy notions and things like that. I was in touch with Victor long enough to know that I got Brat back and I got puppies off. The only good thing about those naysayers and even in myself is the fact that I have Brat, and there's a known fact, Brat is off of Mayday. So anything coming off of Brat and Mayday, DNA will definitely prove one point. Brat daddy is the puppy's daddy. Anything other than that, then it would hold true that if Mayday was sterile when he left Miami, I would be the first to know. And guess what? I don't know what Victor did, but on my end, I know for a fact that Mayday and Brad have puppies because we have a DNA profile. There's a DNA profile of the son of Brad and Mayday. Now, for all them other ones, he would probably be the dog. If you really wanted to know, back then, if them dogs that was coming out of Ecuador, a lot of those guys he was sending puppies to. It was supposed to be off of Mayday, to clean up that mess he had when he left. It'd have been, some of them guys didn't want that because they weren't sure that that's what they were from. I mean, you have doubt. And when you owe that many people and you're trying to clean it up, it wasn't like you were trying to take anything from anybody, but was it being true about it? That was the key. He was pretty true to me. I got Brat back. You know, I wasn't concerned about anything else about my mine. I stayed in contact with him. We talked a lot. And he's a good guy. You know, he doesn't talk good English. So anybody that think Victor talks great English, he doesn't. So it's not hard to know somebody to talk to Victor. I ain't Puerto Rican and I ain't from Ecuador, so the communication, I'm not missing link or the Latin boys, you know, all the people, Victor, you always hear him talk good about, all of them can speak his language. Okay? In my case, I'm probably one of them good guys that was really close with Victor. Still, I know that he had a barrier because he's trying to talk English to a person who can't talk Spanish or Latin. So, a lot of Mayday dogs still came up out of Ecuador. You know, do you really got profiles out there? That'd be a good story on a lot of these dogs. I think everybody should get a profile on their dogs. And use it to the point where, you know, and I'm talking, and the reason why I'm not into the BOYLES show right now is because of the survey. You know what I mean? I get caught up out there on the poll because I always got a point to make. That's what the poll is set there for, so everybody get an understanding of what I'm doing. Okay? And that's one thing, you guys, being we all got different dogs that we breed and how we breed them, and you know, you want to make sure you got, you know, everything understood. Especially you guys with those females. You know what I mean? Male plays a big part, but the female's the one that got all the goodies. And you don't want to go in there and be paying top dollar and not taking care of the female where, you know, once that female have puppies, all of them can die. He don't owe you nothing to do it again. He did his part and she had puppies. That means he got her pregnant. So if you lose those puppies, don't be, well, I don't know what was wrong with it. You know, I want to do it again, you know, so they all died. You know, you have to be a hell of a good dog, man, to sit there and say, well, hey, just come on, man, I'll do it again. Because it's still business. I'd be questioning, why am I breeding to this dude and he can't take care of his dogs that had these puppies? Maybe I don't need to be breeding to him. Because if he's paying me the money, you know what I mean? Once that deal and those puppies are you know, born, then the contract should be over. I would not be a fan of somebody trying to come back after they didn't have a litter of puppies and they all died trying to get another breeding from me. I wouldn't do it unless they was paying for it all over again. But why would I even want to take his money if I just won't do it? You see what I'm saying? Now, our contract was done. I'm sorry you didn't have no puppies, but I'm going to pass on that. You know, anything can happen, you know, but you got to look at it for what it is. Still business when you're trying to, you know, keep everything on a level basis where it's not your fault. You try to keep it not being your fault. Stud dogs, same thing to you. Don't take somebody's money with the assurance that that deal went through because he's firming up. But what if he don't take? You know, first thing you're gonna scream, it ain't my mail. That don't mean nothing. It could be his bitch. You still owe him. You still owe him. Ain't got nothing to do with who or what. If you don't have puppies, you stud dog owners, you owe us, the breeders. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to either be a redo or a money back. I want mine understood. If I don't want to do a redo, you might have that kind of attitude after dealing with you. I don't want to go through it. I'll take the money. Now, I want that understood before I waste any time making any type of breed. Got to be a good guy. You got to have a dog that's got to be something for me to come looking for you anyway. And every guy that I've ever bred to, I've never had a problem, except one. And that's it. Other than that, everybody has honored every breeding I ever made. Now that we got that understood, we see what the pole is. You know, the redo is not always the best do. Remember that. But you're supposed to do the redo if he ain't trying to give you your money back. You know, that's why it's important to make that point clear. Don't even cash a check. Don't even spend $1 until I have puppies. Because if I don't have puppies, me, preferably, I would always go with, I would want my money back before I will take a redo. Don't force me to do a redo. Because that has to be understood before you even make the breed. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to do a redo. You don't have no puppies, I want my money back. So don't spend the money until I have puppies. Well, I don't do that. I just do redos. No, then don't do the breed. You know, my money means more to me than a redo. If you're willing to give me my money back, then I'll do a redo. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to work with you. But if you come to me telling me what you won't do, then I ain't going to do. You care who you are, or what you got. You're an honorable man. Now let's keep it real. That money ain't good until we have the results that we came up there to spend that money on. All right. Now we're going to get into the subject of the day. Hope y'all got a good point on that. Subject of the day, we're going to talk about these BOYLES dogs. You know, I'm still trying to figure out what a BOYLES dog is. Maybe the Shark Tank might be able to help me again today. Because what y'all did Tuesday was remarkable. I mean, what y'all did Tuesday was remarkable. Y'all probably set the motion for more Eli dogs out there than, you know, anybody else that has literally discussed that. You know what I'm saying? A lot came out that show, and it shows in the numbers. You know, I don't know. But what I do know, I've seen a hell of a lot of good bred dogs. You know? Make you think that the Eli dogs have evolved and they're still lurking around, hanging around, and they carry a lot of history. Maybe they're not tatted up like the old, because back then, you know, there was results, and we don't see those same results on pedigrees these days. But what we do see, we see a consistency of the line. You know, it takes away when you don't know where you at, because you don't have those accolades that you had back there in the back. One thing you got is a better chance of knowing what's back there in the back has been maintained up here to the front. And I rather deal with those kind with bitches, you know. Bitches, I rather take a cold bitch that's bred great than a bitch that wants to go and Zakir. See, that's the thing about a bitch. I prefer a cold bitch than a going bitch. You know, because she goes, you know, back then, you know, she has the same expectations as any male to, you know, show that she's got something to bring to the table. I'm not going to just be breeding her because she bred like this. No. Now, Sarah Kell was cold. She didn't have no expectation because I knew she was cold. But Stone City bitches are cold dogs too. You know, I know several cold dogs that can produce. Females, and they're bred good, they're bred to produce. And, you know, I prefer a cold one than one that wants to do something and don't do nothing, you know? Because them are the ones that they fall under the same guidelines as a male that quit. If you ain't got the talent, you're going to still have to have the game. You may not have the ability, but you're going to show me game. If you don't have nothing else, You better have some game. You stick your head out there like you want to do it, then you better be game about doing it. You got to have no ability, you ain't got to have it. You know what I'm saying? But one thing you must have before I breed any female who wants to poke her nose in them walls, and that's got to be game. Bread good and game, I'll take it. Cold, bread good, I'll take it. I'll take a chance. But that's only if I know, the genetics and the makeup of Awesome Baby was a cold dog. Mm-hmm. Cherkell was a cold dog, and look what she produced. She's the litter mate to the male that produced the first Mayday Stone City Cross. It was a litter mate brother, bringing bear to Brat's brother's daughter. So we're gonna say this. As we take this, we're gonna talk about the Boyles dogs in the same aspect, because when I look at the Boyles dogs, I say, well, is it Ronnie Boyles, the Boyles dogs, or is it the combination of the Boyles dogs? That's what I want to look into, guys. That's why I said I'm gonna need y'all help. Okay, if we start off looking at Queen of Heart and her breeding, right? Let me get her pulled up here. We're gonna tag a couple of them, because is the Boyles dogs aligned by name or by blood? Can anybody help me with that? That's what we trying to find out. That's what it's all about today. I'm gonna need y'all help, because we're gonna find some other good some other great dogs. I'm gonna go pull up Kunta, Bobby, Bobby Jr., you know what I'm saying? Andy CAPP. We're gonna see if these are line dogs, or are these Boyles breeder dogs, bred dogs, you know what I'm saying? There's several different ways of the Boyles line, like Voodoo. See what I'm saying here? That's why I started with Queen, y'all. I'm starting with, hold on. Let me get my girl started here. I think Queen is a good start for me.
Like check.
Where they lose me at? Okay, y'all, we starting off with Queen. Is this a Boyles dog? Is this a Boyles breeder dog or a Boyles bred dog? You know what I mean? The line, the blood. Look how she's bred. We see that she's bred by Ronnie Boyles. So is this a Boyles dog by the name, kennel name, or is this what we start trying to find, or what we want to say we're going to base the Boyles blood with this setup? You see we got the Boomerang, and then we got the Patrick. That's a line right there. We're going to take the majority of the blood, and we're going to all agree that this is Patrick on the top, Bolio. No, we ain't got to go Patrick. We'll stick with the Bolio, the double bred Bolio, triple bred basically. So we know this is a Bolio dog. And then we can say the same for the bottom. Boomerang. Bolio Boomerang cross. No. Okay. Now, we all got that. Now, would that be a Ronnie Boyles? Because he's a Boyles, yes, Ronnie Boyles. So that makes that a Boyles dog, because he's the breeder. But does it make the Boyles blood? Let's go and find out one. Let's go look around. Okay, I'm going after, the next one I'm going to go after is, I think I'm going to go after Andy Cap. You know, two good grand champions. You know what I'm saying? Now, next one, like I said, I'm going to bring Andy Cap up. Grand champion Andy Cap. Now, would you call Andy Cap a Boyles dog? The breeder is not bred by Boyles, but he is an Indian Bolio dog. You ready? He is a, okay, getting me to understand what I'm saying here now, right? Remember, we're talking about the breeder or the blood. Andy Cap, we all consider him as a Boyles dog. Well, we know he's an Indian Bolio dog, just like Queen. We see a lot of Bolio. For you new guys that really don't see the in-depth, because we see all the top half. There go Bobby Jr., he's a Bolio dog. Okay? But when we click on this stuff down here, look, see this here? You see that Grand Champion Hank? See that Grand Champion Hank? Double bred. See who's the, you see that's Boyles doing that. Okay? And that's Boyles doing it on each cross using Bolio. So let's see what he was doing. Both of those is Dirty Mary. When you see Dirty Mary, double bred, coming off with Grand Champion Hank, we still have to give her the Boyles, the breeder, because by blood, she's still an Indian Bolio dog. When you put her back out here with everybody else, that's a Bolio dog. Not like Queen, when she was a 50-50. We understand what I'm saying? Where's this blood going? Then we go hit Cherokee Chief. Heavy Eli. Heavy Eli. We got Little May brother here, right there, them two brothers. So we know this is an Eli dog. One line. Why? Because the majority of it is Eli. We know, we see it all up here. See, you go down here and you click. That Eli, see? The majority is we still dealing with Eli dog. Now we can go back and start calling this bolio stuff. When we go back and start messing around with the Pat Patrick bolio dogs, Indian bolio got some carver in him, but not the carver that we're talking about. We got some back in there, but is it enough? Now I say no. To try to compare bolio to Eli. See what I'm saying? Or any other carver cross. So Handicap was really a bolio dog. Yeah, he had some other crosses in him, but he's a majority bolio dog. So we have to say that is not a Boyle's bred or Boyle's blood, where we all, had this thing where, we always kind of throw them into that Boyle's category. When if you look at it, the way I look at it, he should have been brought into more of the Hollandworth category because they're more bolio than anything else. Where Quinn of Heart was at 50-50. So, we can't put the standards of Boyle's dogs, not the Boyle's name, but the Boyle's blood. What is it? We're not saying it's 50-50 like Quinn of Heart. That's not true. Because we can't call that a Boyle's line. Because when we go to Handicap, we have all this bolio, which we all recognize Handicap, most of us do, as a Boyle's dog. You know what I mean? I can go in here and pull up a few more of these. Let me go back in here. Handicap, I want to pull. Like Bobby Jr. This breed right here. We're going to go tapping into these because these what I call Boyle's line. Let's see where we at with that, okay? Because here again, we're going to see there's a Ronnie Boyle's dog. Now, this is going to be a Ronnie Boyle's as far as the name, or is this what we're going to be considering? This is what makes the Boyle's line. Is this what we consider a Boyle's line? It's 3/4 bolio again, y'all. They just got Hank in there. But this dog is 3/4 bolio. Okay? And that's coming off of Bobby Jr., who is a bolio dog. See, the more we keep on saying what is the Boyle's dogs, the more it takes you more away from where we start at with Queen, which we all consider Queen a Boyle's dog. A part of the Boyle's line. We always relate her and Handicap. Okay, now we're digging a little deeper. And what are we calling these dogs? We're calling them Boyles, but some of these dogs ain't being bred. We know Ronnie Boyles when he breed his stuff. So when we got the concept of what Ronnie Boyles is doing, that's Ronnie Boyles, the breeder. Look like he's doing a lot of bolio breeding to me. Ain't too much different than Pat Patrick. You know what I'm saying? because Queen of Hearts is 50-50. So, you know, if we give her boils, then we have to take that whole 50-50 cross and relate that to a boils line cross, like we do yellow and Jocko. You know what I mean? We understand that's a line. And when it create, everybody's calls it the yellow dog. Well, we can't call a queen a boils dog with that kind of stipulation, because unless it's coming directly off a queen, that's a whole new line of dogs. We would call them queen dogs. We can't be standing there calling them boils dogs unless we just using the name. Because sure ain't the blood. Okay. Now, I went to, who did I go to? This is handicap. Straight Bolio dog. But now we're going to dip in and go to the Undertaker. We went to the Undertaker with the Bobby Jr. Now we're going to go to Crankshaft with Cherokee Chief. You see this? See Cherokee Chief? You see that? We're back on the Boudreaux stuff. And we got the Hank. Nothing we always relate to Crankshaft, a Boyles dog. Okay, so this is a breeder Boyles dog. This has nothing to do with the blood to me. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a breeder thing as far as the name wise. Like, these are Boyles dogs. Why? Because we know when we go clicking on these, there's Ronnie Boyles there. Ronnie Boyles there. You know, we know he produced that. But you ain't gonna find Ronnie Boyles here. Top. It's a Ronnie Boyles bred dog, but it ain't by blood. What I call this a Boyles dog. Y'all know what I'm saying? It's a Boyles dog on the bottom end. Other than that, it's a Bolio dog. This dog is majority Bolio. Queen of Heart was 50-50. Bobby Jr. Bolio. We consider this Bobby Jr. a Bolio dog, but he's actually a Bolio dog. Okay. Who else we gonna throw up in there? I know y'all got some suggestions. Let me see another one. Right hand man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna see if we can find their right hand man. Right hand man came up out of Ohio, just so y'all let y'all know. Y'all don't know. Some say the owner, the actual breeder of right hand man, is Brown Daddy. Now, do we call him a Boyles dog? There's boat action, and then there's Boyles black gold. What do you call this one? Because it seems like it's breaking down in the same aspects as what we were saying about the other one. You got double bred Dirty Mary. So this ain't all bolio here. I mean, this is not all bolio, that's for sure. You see a combination of 50-50 more like Queen of Heart. You know? So now let's say, how far do we go with this? Because this seems like more of a formula related to Queen, but this is different bottoms. I think this was Queen right here. Make sure I'm right. See the bottom of Queen? Boomerang. 50-50. Boomerang, Patrick, or Bolio. But we consider her a Boyle's dog. But not by blood though, right? We can't even give this right-hand man by blood. Would you call this the combination of what created the Boyle's dog? The blood. Is this the blood? Would y'all call this the blood of what they call the Boyle's blood? Good example.
Bill said Dirty Mary was the key to what Boyles was.
Yeah, the Hank stuff. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at. I'm more on. I'm like this. I say it's a three-way to me. Hank, Bolio, and Dirty Mary, which was still Hank. You got Hank, Bully Son, and Bolio. To me, it's the cross. It's what I call a Boyle's cross. Blood. It's almost like a three-way. I mean, those two ways, I just don't see it. Because to me, this is more of, I call a Boyle's line of dog. The blood has a little Bully Son in it, has some Hank in it, but the majority piece is the Bolio. The major factor, and most of all of them still was the Bolio was the contributing factor that they all had in common. The only thing they all had in common, to me, was the Bolio. The combination of the Hank crossed with the Bully Son on that top end is where I call the Boyles line, because when you kind of throw that in there, you can kind of point out the game is definitely showed that wasn't lacking in Bolio. The ability was there. Hank was no Kerr. He had an awkward way of doing things, and he was pretty crafty at it. Did a lot of turning, but he was a grand champion. That turning style won him shows. That Bill said, I believe the Bull's dog was the type of dog that had his own gene pool up against the heavy bred Eli dog. It crossed and ended well. Gambler's Pussy even has a little Boyles in her. Check the pad. We got to go check the pad and see what he's talking about. He's even got to put up there. Just give me a number. But y'all see where I'm at? Offspring, right-hand man. I'm going to go to Ernie. This is what I call like a Boyles line. Look, you got Queen of Heart, Mr. Rogers, coming off a right-hand man. That's old Twiggy, being bred the right-hand man. Now, would you call this a Boyle's blood? And when you got the combination of all of them in there, now you got the Sweet William, the Boomerang up in there. Now you got still Bolio is a trading factor, y'all. I'm still going to continue to say Bolio is a contributing factor that they all have in common. Now we got a combination of the contributing factor, which is Bolio, and then we got Sweet William down here coming through way Queen of Heart, making the Boomerang with Bolio. Then we got the Hank cross with Bolio. And then we got the Bully Son, Eli cross, all up in there. That's, you know, again, we sprinkling what is the actual Boyle's line. The blood. This is a good combination of Boyle's dogs, but it's different aspects still. And then Bolio is still the contributing factor here. You know, like he said, Dirty Mary was the Hank part of it, right? You know, but I would say the same thing when I look down there at the Boomerang. You know, because the Boomerang stuff is tightly bred. This right here, and I'm speaking in Queen alone, when you just look at her pedigree and look at it, you can sit there and say, hey, that's a Boomerang folio cross. And it's lined up with the formula, period. Now you sprinkling, we sprinkling a whole lot of other stuff on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Now we got Bully Son. You know, known dogs that we always relate to the Boyles line, Hank. You know, another known dog that we always relate to Boyle's dog. So we got Bolio, Eli, Hank, and Boomerang. Tell me that ain't scatterbred. What do you want to call the Boyles a scatterbred of a combination of contributing factor would be Bolio with Eli, Hank, and Boomerang? Are those the real true Boomerang, Boyle's blood, genetic, that we would say this is a the Boyle's blood, not the name, but the blood. Because if we go with the name, it sounds cleaner than when we went with the blood and call it scatterbred with 4 different pedigrees in there. A line of dogs, and they're all tightly bred and bred good. I mean, you see the breeding. These ain't no this shot of this, shot of that. Those are all type breedings, and they're putting it all together into one animal. When I look at it, I see scatterbred. But not scatterbred as far as a mixture of a bunch of crazy shit, but a scatterbred breeding of a bunch of type bred, good line of dogs. Every one of these dogs, when you go to break down the Eli stuff, bred good in a formula. Break down the Hank stuff, bred good in a formula. Break down the Bolio stuff, bred good in a formula. Break down the Boomerang. All these dogs was double bred, triple bred, you know what I'm saying, into these dogs. And they brought all these lines together. Was this pedigree looks more like the what I would call a Boyle's dog than, you know, when we just look at it. We see Ronnie Boyles in certain areas and things like that, but you see him in enough areas where you would call it a Boyle's dog, only based on the name and not the actual blood. You know, is the actual Boyle's blood consisted of 4 different lines of tight bred dogs, because that's exactly what this is. Y'all see where I'm at on this show, right? Good point. Nice looking dog. Look at the bodies they had though. That's the one thing that always impressed me. That these dogs right down here can create a line of dogs that you know. Most Boyles dogs got built beautiful bodies. Now, where they get that from is a combination. Because Eli got some bad looking body dogs. Bolio put them that little length in height in a, not that spread, but that tallness, that leanness, that athleticness. You can just see it in that Bolio dog definitely put it there. Hank, I think what Hank brought to the picture is a lot of muscle tone too, because Hank was a little spready, but he was tight. He bought into me that body style of the actual Bulls. What I would call this a Boyles dog. And do I give it the Boyles dog as far as the kennel name? The name, the brand, or the blood? And if I say the blood, then I'm trying to tell y'all the blood is consisted of 4 inbred dogs. Line bred, good bred, inbred dogs. A combination. These dogs weren't just 50-50 being bred into this. They was systematically good bred dogs putting on top of the good bred dogs, coming up with damn near a whole new line of dogs. But we're not used to giving so many. We have Jeep, we call Tab a red boy Jeep dog. We don't give all the other bunch of other names behind that. We call, Mayday a yellow Autumn or Bolio cross. You know what I'm saying? What do you call these? Because genetic-wise, we're going to find some more. We got more questions to ask. All right? Come on, guys, help me out here. Let me see. Mike just gave me a number. I guess this is the number Fat Bill put up there. Let's see, 114288. Okay, let's see what's going on here. TVK Shine. Now, looking at this here, I have to go with this and go over here first. Okay, now, is this a Boyles cross? It's basically, we're back on, here we go to Hank, right? If you notice, it's the same 4-way cross. Coach Ace of Spade, who is his litter mate? The names look awful familiar. There's Grand Champion Lee's Buttercup. I see there's Milkman's R&D. I see Gina Jet. She was a nice little female. I've seen her before. Vietnam's Pee Wee, he had him out for step for a while. It's just funny to know, an old friend of ours, what I'm saying, is the breeder of right-hand man. Yeah, that's right out of the neighborhood, y'all. Out of the streets of Ohio, y'all. That's the right-hand man. And look, it ain't too many ain't too many grand champions out there now. We can't be throwing Queen of Heart on a Boyles line, and she's not. She's a Bolio line, so she's not. I'm not gonna give her the credit that everybody want to give a Boyles dog. Okay, here's a grand champion that unless somebody can help me here, he's probably one of the few dogs that I can sit there and call a grand champion and still say that he is one of those. This is a Boyles line dog. What that bloodline consists of? 4 nice inbred lines. It's a combination of 4, not like the yellow Jocko stuff we're talking about. This was what I would call the Boyles blood. You're not gonna find a lot of grand champions out there, with these Boyles blood like this. And the ones that we have seen, and familiar with, are names like Queen and Handicap. But don't forget Buttercup. And to me, Buttercup is not Queen and sure not Handicap. So I'm still wavering on calling either one of those dogs, even though they was bred by Ronnie Boyles. I would say that they are Handicap and Queen of Heart are Boyles by breed, by the brand, not by the blood. The breeder, not the blood. The blood is this combination of 4 lines. So this is what I would call that line showing grand champion. And to me back then, there wasn't a lot of those when you come down to the Boyles dogs. But I wanted to put him on the forefront. Put her on the forefront because, not only that, she's a female. Did she produce anything? Yeah, she produced one. Y'all don't remember him? Oh, ring neck. I wanted to breed a ring neck. Yeah, me and Ron Newman was good friends, or Ron John. I liked that ring neck. I wanted to see Newman's buck become a registered mare. He was a champion, and I was rooting right along with him. I wanted to see that dog make registered mare. Look at the lines, y'all. Remember what I said. And then while we at it, here, I see another one that popped up. Oh, Euler. Let's go take a look at him. We're seeing all the rest of these. Now we're going to go ahead and dive in on the Euler Jr. side of this. Don't forget what we said about Euler Jr. Eli. Eli. We don't call him a Boyles dog. We call him an Eli dog. And we always relate because of the Boyles caught up in there. But this is not a combination, almost a combination, because we still got the Eli. I'm trying to find the boomerang, y'all. Not yet. Yep, we got to find the boomerang now. Because remember what our combination is. Eli, Bolio, Eli, Bolio, Hank, right? But no boomerang. So this is not the Boyles blood that consists of all 4. So what do we call this? We would call this the same thing that we call the Queen of Hearts. 50-50 cross. And a Boyles dog, we relate to them as if they were Boyles. They got some Boyles in them, but they ain't got the blood of Boyles. We got the blood, the breeder blood. You know, we're talking about the breeder, the brand, but we ain't got what we consider what I would call a Boyles blood, which is consistent of 4 of those. 4. This is only 3. So we still give him the Boyles line, or we give him the same thing we give the 50-50 on Queen of Hearts.
They say anything with Dirty Mary is considered a Boyles dog, and it's my opinion.
I mean, why just stop at Dirty Mary? What makes Dirty Mary a blood Boyles dog? Because a lot of those dogs don't have Dirty Mary in it. The one that I'll be trying to make sure that's in there is the Boomerang. A Boomerang. You gotta have all 4. Don't give me 3 and call it a Boyles dog. Which one is it gonna be? I see 4 in there. 4 good tight lines that create the Boyles line, the dogs, the blood. Give me 3. Do I still say that's a Boyles line of dog? You know what I'm saying? It's not, remember, it's a lot different when we can do it with Mayday, Tab, and Red Boy. You know, we only using 2 lines.
So explain to them what you meant by scatterbreed. I'm just based on a comment somebody made.
Okay, scatterbreed is when you got a bunch of lines put together. More than 2. More than 3. More than, you know, just like 4. You got 4 different inbred lines in one dog. That's scatterbreed. Not a mixture of dogs like, you know, you just throwing dogs together. That's not the kind of scatterbreed I'm talking about. I'm talking within the formula of breeding, because I can go and pick all 4 of those lines out of this pedigree and show you that every one of these dogs are inbred, nice bred dogs. But when you put them all together, there's 4 different bloodlines in this one dog. That's what I meant by scatter. Not just scattered out. I'm talking about 4 different lines of dogs. And I'm not talking about grabbing out dogs. I'm talking about these are inbred, type bred dogs. Each one of these lines were type bred dogs. BOYLES was a type bred dog in these Boyles dogs. Boomerang was a type bred dog in those dogs. Hank was a type bred dog in those dogs. And Bolio, type bred dog. And all 4 of those lines, those dogs was crossed, tight. Yeah, Eli, Bolio, Hank, and Boomerang. You know, that's like saying Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal. Dogs. You know, but they don't even have their own line, and where they got their own name. What's the name of a Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal dog that can stand out? They don't care a name like Boyles. They just call them Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal. Y'all understand where I'm at on that? And we say scatterbred, you know, scatterbred, there's no formula there and when we're talking outside of scatterbred, my understanding of scatterbred and what I believe a scatterbred dog is, not on this level. It's not on this level. I'm going into the in-depth of the breakdown of a pedigree. Scatterbred outside of this is somebody who is just taking a dog, don't have no kind of formula to the breeding. None. You're not going to find no inbred, nothing. You ain't going to find no 50 cross or 3/4, nothing. You're just going to see a bunch of dogs being thrown together. There's no formula in there, nowhere. That's scatterbred. Okay? When we're talking on a breakdown of a line of dogs right here, when I say scatterbred, I'm still talking about a combination of 4 inbred lines in one dog. That's still a formula. If you break down each one of those lines in that one dog, you will notice that every one of those 4 lines of dogs are bred 3 in, 1 out, no 50-50s, just triple bred this, 1 out something. But there's a formula in each one of those breakdowns creating these type of dogs. We're not calling these dogs Jeep Red Boy Rascal. We're calling them Boyles dogs. You know, is that based on Ronnie Boyles in the line of dogs that is there, or because his name is there? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or we're going to give these 4 lines of dogs the Boyles name because it's a whole new line of breeding of dog. Which one you going to give it to? You got to call it something other than Boyles, because when you say Boyles to me and I'm looking at it, you know, it's not Boyles. You know, it should be the same as Jeep Red Boy Rascal to me. It should be now 4 of them. And then Boleo, Hank. You know what I'm saying? Eli and Boomerang. It's still a combination of those dogs right there. It's a 4-way combination of type bred dogs. Right, Boyles created that, then he carried the brand like everybody want to say, but it's not because of the Boyles blood, because the Boyles blood is what I'm saying it is right here. Now you can take one out and make it a 3-way and you want to still call it Boyles, then you're going to start confusing me because, you know, then we take the Jeep Red Boy Rascal, take the Jeep out and just call him Red Boy Rascal. Do we do that? No, we don't do that. We call it a 50-50 cross. 50 Jeep, 50 Red Boy, and a particular line of dog and a name for the stuff is just a Jeep Rascal dog.
Devin Ross said, must call Boyles, he made the cross. Which makes him the breeder, not the blood.
What relates to the point that I'm making, you're right, which relates to the breeder, not the blood. Am I right? It relates to the breeder, not the blood. Are we talking about the Boyles dogs as the breeder, the brand, or are we talking about the Boyles dog based on the blood? What blood do I need to have a Boyles dog? Do I need that 4-way combination? To me, I see that's what a Boyles dog is. It's that 4-way combination. Look at the dogs that we pulling out the hat. We know Ronnie Boyles bred it. That's what I was saying. Ronnie Boyles, the breeder. Then you have the Boyles dog, the blood. What is the blood? The 4-way or the 3-way? You take one out, we still give it the Boyles name. If we missing one, is it still a Boyles blood dog? Are we missing one of those combinations of those 4 lines of dogs? And if we do take one out, does it matter? Does it still be considered a Boyles dog? Where do we go next? We can go find out because we still got Backstreet Blue and Trues in them. You know what I'm saying? They dogs. You know what I'm saying? Let's go hunting again. We still got more to go. But you see where we're at right now.
I guess they have a problem with the word scatterbred.
When I say scatterbred, again, there's 2 different scatterbreds to me. Tonight, I'm talking on a higher level. I ain't talking on the trash level. All right, y'all? And when I say trash level, you can get good dogs out of anything. Scatterbred is just a combination of dogs that has no formula, none whatsoever. Okay? And if you look at this pedigree, one thing it does have, it has uniformity to it. But you put 4 lines on top of each other, what else do you want to call it? You put 4 lines on top of one another, what else do you call it? I mean, you call Jeep Red Boy Rascal. What's you call that? Is that scatterbred or is it a Jeep Red Boy Rascal dog? Which one is it going to be? You see what I'm saying? You don't give him a name. You don't want to call him scatterbred because he got 3 different lines in him. So we just call it Jeep Red Boy Rascal.
In this case, we just don't call it Boyles.
And in this case here, we got 4 lines in it, and we're going to call it Boyle's blood. But if I say he's scatterbred because it's got 4 different lines in him, then am I offending y'all because you got 4 different lines in him? What else you going to call it? If we take one of the lines out, what we going to do call it? Bolio, Boomerang, Eli Cross? Take Bolio out, you taking out the major factor. So you ain't never touch Bolio, because he is the major factor. It's the only thing that they all have in common, regardless of which one you're taking out when it comes to these Boyles, dog. He's always seems to be the major factor.
Shout out to the Georgia boy for
the
super chat. He said grand champion retard.
I don't know, grand champion. Retard became grand champion. Now I remember him as a 4-time winner. But I don't think he made retard made grand champion. I'm surprised. I knew him as a 3-time winner, 4-time winner actually. Let's go looking for grand champion retard. I'm gonna go champion retard. I think I'll find him better. Here you go, retard. I had the privilege of seeing retard up there when I went to their yard. I saw retard, I saw Emmett, I saw Wacko, I seen all of them, man. Is he a Boyles dog? Let's check it out. That was a good one there. Now, I'm going to start up here at the top with Emmett. When we talk about Emmett, we always say Emmett a Boyles dog, right? If we look at the combination, what do we continuously see? Is that a Boyles dog when it comes to the blood? Not the name, the breeder, but the blood. Yes, because there's a combination of Bolio, Eli, Hank, what did I miss? Boomerang. Matter of fact, let me see. I don't even see Boomerang in here. No, this is the 3-way. No, because I'm missing Boomerang. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Am I missing Boomerang or what? Yeah, we missing Boomerang. We see 3 of them, but we don't see the 4. You see what I'm saying? What do you call that? Do we still call it a Boyles line, and that means the Boyles dogs can consist of the 3-way and the 4-way, and still would be considered a Boyles bloodline dog, right? Even if you're missing one. Remember I said, what you gonna call it if you're missing one? Well, here's a prime example of one missing. Do we still continue to call it Boyles because of the, we see a lot of Boyles name in it? But when we discuss the part about the blood, then y'all confuse me when you want to take one out and still give it the name of a Boyles line, blooded dog. So what do we call the one that has the 4?
Shout out to Fat Bill for the super chat.
Help me, Bill, because I'm trying to figure it out.
Bill said, post your favorite Boyles dog. He's telling everybody to post their favorite Boyles dog. Your favorite Boyles dog is automatically
Green.
Would you consider a Boyles dog?
No.
So who would you consider?
I mean, y'all might say Queen is a Boyle's dog. I don't say Queen is a Boyle's dog. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say Queen was a Boyle's dog. I mean, to be honest, my favorite one that I thought was a good one is the one who lost to a Boyle's dog, and that was Wacko. You know, through ownership to stupidity, you know, that's the only flaws on him. All around Bulldog, Wacko wasn't no joke. It's just when I look at these pedigrees and I'm asking that question, you know, you got a 3 and then you got a 4, but you'll call them both Boyles, and I'm talking about the blood and not the brand. Let's take the brand out of it and let's really get down into the nitty-gritty of the formula, and let's figure out, what do we call these dogs? If one is going to be a 4-way in, then a one is going to be a 3-way in, then are we both giving both of those lines of dogs the Boyles blood? So do you have a true blood, a Boyles dog, if you only have 3 in it? Do you have a true Boyles dog if you got 4 in it? What part? You know, I got the 3-way Boyles dogs. Well, I got the 4-way Boyles dog, because that's what I'm asking. We're talking about the blood, not the name.
My man Manny Rodriguez said Boyles dogs, in my opinion, are a combination of hounds bred by Mr. Boyles. Usually a line of dogs are based on one particular dog.
That's right.
Boyles dogs are a blend created by Mr. Boyles.
So now we call it, like I said, it's a breeder's brand. That's what I said. I'm talking about not the breeder's brand. What do we call the blood? You see what I'm saying? We know about the breeder's brand because you just said it. You're right. You're 100% right.
Mr. Rodriguez, I agree.
I agree. Because that's what I said. Either it's going to be the brand or it's going to be the blood. That's what I'm asking. That right there is, you're right. We're talking about the brand, the breeder. We're giving his line away. He bred these dogs the Boyles name because of the breeder, not because of the blood. Because you want to talk about the blood, there's a 3-way Boyles line, and then there's a 4-way Boyles line. Which one is going to be? Do we give it to them both? Because I got a 4-way Boyles line dog. Here's a 3-way Boyles line dog. And we're talking about the blood. If I was talking strictly on nothing but the blood, you know what I'm saying? Do we give them credit for being both? Is there going to be an issue or argument that can be spoke of because Boomerang is not in this dog here? Well, how it going to be Boyles if Boomerang ain't in it? When we talk about the blood, right? And how's it going to be Boyles if you put Boomerang in it? Do you want to still call it a Boyles dog? Or Boyles blood? You see what I'm saying? That's the question. Something to think about, because then we have to revamp everything else we done set up to this point. Right? When we say yellow, we can almost say Yellow John, right, with the red boy dog, right? He was red boy. Then we can add Jocko to that, right? And saying we got yellow. So now we got a whole new line of dogs that they call yellow. Coming by way of dogs bred off of yellow. Double bred yellow, triple bred yellow, I mean a whole array of yellow. You see what I'm saying? We added Holland's work to Mayday, a whole line of Holland work bred Patrick dogs, and we put yellow in there with Mayday, and we created Mayday. Now we got a whole line of what they call Mayday dogs. You know, even though he had Eli and stuff in him, but we still going on the major factors. Boyles dogs have major contributors of inbred dogs in their generations of pedigree. it created what is considered, on the breeding sense, boils, but on the blood sense, we're talking about still 3 and 4. You take one of them out, does it still make it a Boyles bloodline? Does it make it a bloodline taking one or the other out?
Devin Ross, you repeating what we've been saying all night. Boomerang, Eli, Hank, and Bolio make up Boyles dogs.
Now, when we missing one, like in this pedigree here, we are missing. No, we're missing Boomerang. So do we still call it a Boyles dog? You know, by name, the brand, yes, this is a Boyles dog by brand. When I say brand, I'm talking about by the breeder. The breeder has a brand. Come on. Boyles dog is a brand in the dog game. Like a pair of damn jeans. Now, come on. That's not hard. But does it make it the blood? Another good one, Emmett. Y'all see how Emmett's bred? But there's no Boomerang. You see where I'm going? Eli. What's the missing? But we consider this dog a Boyles dog. I'm still here? Yeah, on one line. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, y'all. But see here, same thing we were saying about retard. We missing something, right? There's no Boomerang, but we still consider this brand name Boyles. But is it by blood? Is it Boyles? Because it don't have the Boomerang. We're gonna go back. Okay, go grab me another one. You already know the next one I'm going for. Well, would y'all call him a Boyles blood dog? I'll say yes. 4-way. I got Bolio. I got Eli. I got Hank. And I'm going to have Boomerang. You see her down at the bottom? Tippy. Got me all. And I also saw Tippy when I was there too. When I was there to see, when I bred the Beetlejuice, Tippy was on the yard. I have pictures with her too. Crazy Tippy. Yeah, that little female right here. Yeah, I had pictures with her when I was up at Windy City. But this is what I call Boyle's blood. He's a Boyle's blood. He's got Boyle's blood all in him. He got that four-way combination. If you notice that four-way combination always got some badass dog. Can't take nothing away from the three-way combination either, though. But if you want to call it a Boyle's dog, that's a complete Boyle's dog. Ain't nothing missing. Because if you take, if you're gonna satisfy for number 3 with the three-way, right? Then you should just go ahead and call it by the three-way that it is, without the boomerang. Eli, Bolio, Eli, Bolio, and Hank. Like we do Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal. But the Boyles is the four-way. I get that. The blood is a four-way. You know, when you want to brand the name, then we talking about Ronnie Boyles, the breeder, the brand name Boyles. Then you can take that and put it on both, whether it be 3, 4, it could be just 2. You know, when you go branding it, but when it go talking about blood-wise, I'm gonna want me to buy blood or what a Boyle's dog is. It's got to have all 4 of them in there for me. Because I give that the line, the blood itself. I would expect to see all 4 of those lines in there bred like this. Because all 4 of those lines, I got a formula with, you can cut all 4 of them apart and they got a formula to them. That's why it worked. It's like taking a 50-50 and bringing it together, and then on the bottom you took a 50-50 of some great dogs and put that on the other bottom, and then you put them 2 50-50s that created 4 great lines together, and you come up with that line right there. That's what I call a Boyle's line of dogs. Don't give me miss one and call it the same thing, or I'm gonna put it on the brand. Yeah, it might be a Boyle's brand, but it ain't no Boyle's blood, because it ain't got no boomerang in it. Now, get mad and say I don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all can walk around here talking about G Red Boy Rascal without no true name to it, but that. You know what I'm saying? Then y'all might as well go ahead and incorporate that and stop calling it Boyle's, or continue calling it the brand name that it is, which is a Boyle's brand name, and it is a brand, so we'll give you that. But don't tell me you got Boyle's blood when you don't have Boyle's blood. You got Boyle's brand, but you ain't got Boyle's blood. Kunta is a Boyle's blood animal. If y'all understand what I'm saying, it's all in the chemistry of what we're doing with the pedigree. And how we look at the pedigree and how you read the pedigree and understand what the pedigree is telling you. You know, y'all wasn't expecting that conversation like this tonight, was you? This dude done broke the damn thing down. He calling bulldogs ain't bulldogs. Blood, they're not. If you ain't got 4 of those in you, you're not. But if you want to ride on the brand, then you ride on the brand, but that is not the blood. When you don't have boomerang in there, you're not dealing with the blood of Boyle. The blood of Boyle dog is. All right? When you only got 3 of them in there, we just put the brand on there, okay? Y'all want to call them Jeep Red Boy Rascal, you don't want to do that, then okay, then we'll just put the brand on them and y'all ain't got to worry about it. But you ask me and I look in there, I don't see boomerang and say, yeah, you got the brand name, but you ain't got the blood. Don't tell me I ain't got the blood. What do you mean I ain't got the blood? You ain't got the blood. What really makes the boils dog boils blood. That four-way. The four-way. Not the three-way. The four-way. That's all I'm saying. Because you can't give them both the name unless you're trying to brand the whole thing. You can brand the whole thing and call it a boiled brand, but it ain't a boiled blood. Boiled blood consists of all four of those dogs, lines of dogs put together. They create a one line of dogs, which we call the Boyles blood. Kunta is a Boyles blood. Let's go see if they're trying to maintain the blood, right? Yeah, I'm going to go to this champion here. You got one here, you got one there. Which one y'all want to go to? Let's go to Skeezer. Or Squeezer. Squeezer. Now you see what they did, right? Can you call this a boiled blood? Well, one thing for damn sure, if you got Kunta in it, you got four of them in there already. So anything with Kunta in it with this bread like this right here, I mean, we added Yellow Buck to that stuff. We added Clean Mary to that stuff. We got more Bolio to that stuff. So we got all four of the contributing factors to make this dog a Boyles blood. Not just the brand, but the blood. Can y'all agree with me? You see how they be looking? You see them bodies, them legs, they just got them combat bodies. There's just something about them bodies, man, that make them dogs durable, you know, and rough. And I'm gonna tell you something now. When you talk about the Boyles blood, them motherfuckers is game. They gaming in that three-way shit. Don't get me wrong. I like that three-way, but that's the brand. I'm talking about that Boyles blood has gameness behind it. They're not just rough, they're more complete. You know what I'm saying? The ones that I've seen are all around complete. See how they play with it down in here? Look at it. Look how they playing with it. You got Kunta in there. All you got to do is continue the hookup, and the hookup's all there. Look all back down in here. Yeah, let's go pull up this one down here. Let's go take a jammer jam. Yeah, let me take y'all down here to the jammy jam. Let y'all figure this one out. Now, keep in mind now, is this dog right here? Let me go back. Let's start here. What's his name? This is Champion Little Dirty. That's a tiny dog. Look, 27, 28. That's got to be a female. That's a female. Look at that, 26, 27, 28 pounds. She probably was another pandy, y'all. I bet you now this one right here, I bet you she was destroyed. Nothing ever scratched back into it. Nothing. Nothing. This is what I'm talking about when you got that kind of stuff. Now look at it. We got Kunta in it, so we already know this is a Boyle's dog. If we just go to the bottom and see the rest of it, you can say, yes, twin, you're right. The thing that makes the blood solid Boyle's blood, the combination of those 4 lines of dogs, not just thrown together, but they're precisely bred in a formula. You can look at it. You're going to get those genetics and them same results, all straight out killers. Game killers, aggressive, body-wise, body built, straight combat animals. Great, 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 great. It's right there. I wanted to pick on y'all because you see it all here, but I just wanted to dab down in here to poke at you. To poke at you. You see it? Oh, y'all need some help? Let me keep on helping y'all then. What makes this so special? What makes it so special? Why do you think I'm keep playing around in this right here? Let me help y'all. Let me just go ahead and help you. Maybe some of you guys really didn't know how to go that far. Hold on, let me go back. That's not what I was trying to do. I'm trying to do this. Who is her little mate brother? Okay. Now, not only did you put the boomerang up there on the top half, you got the little mate sister, the boomerang, down on the bottom half. More specific to what I call the Boyle's blood. Not the brand, the blood. You add Snooty in there and you just added blood in there. Boomerang, little mate sister, Arts Missy. Double bred Snooty. Let me see. Okay, then you got the carver up in there. That was nasty. Y'all notice the difference between these carver dogs. When you go back and look at Hank, remember Hank goes back to Rascal, not Dibo. You got to keep on. Hank is he's a contributor, heavy contributor. This dog had it all in him. She had it all. She's a Boyle's blood dog. Not just the brand, but the blood. To stay consistent. I had to throw that in there so get y'all to pay attention. I had to throw that in there to make sure y'all paid attention. You see it, right? We're still playing in there. We're just filling it in. Still, 4. It takes 4 to make a what I call the Boyle's blood. This is a systematically, very well put together pedigree with great results. Not 3. I'm probably gonna get cussed out about this show. But some of you Boyle's lovers, y'all just not gonna accept this. You're going to run home, grab your papers, and make damn sure you got all 4 of those dogs. And if y'all don't, y'all going to probably come back and just talk sassy. I have 3 of them in mind, and Boyle's is Boyle. Well, I ain't never say Boyle's wasn't Boyle. I just said you might have the Boyle's brand, but you ain't got the Boyle's blood if you ain't got all 4 of them. If you can't accept the fact, then, don't be mad at me because I'm showing you the proof. And the combination, and I'm showing you why it worked. Okay?
But we knew this show was going to be controversial.
We knew the show was going to be controversial. That's why we put the poll out there. I told you I'm always throwing some curved balls up in there. and trying to get y'all to see things, man, in a different light into what you're used to seeing. I mean, we can do this Boyles thing and we can keep on going with them. You know what I'm saying? The understanding is, I always wondered what y'all call Boyles is based on the brand or the blood. And if it is the blood, what is the blood? And when I speak on the blood, it consists of 4 different lines of dogs. You know what I'm saying? And you go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when I say 4 different lines on top of each other, it's not like talking about Red Boy G or Jocko Red Boy. No, I'll say scatterbred because there's 4 different dogs up on there. Lines of dogs, you know, don't want to hear that scatterbred. That sounds like a bad word. But how can you call it a bad word when you're looking at this shit right here? 4 different lines of dogs crossed to create a whole line of its own. The Boyles blood is that line right here. Those type of dogs. And yes, they became better. The standouts. The bodies, the mouth, the gameness, the ability. You know what I'm saying, people? You know, this is why it's important not just to learn a bloodline like you plant in your yard. You know what I mean? I mean, learn the bloodlines of a lot of dogs out here that work. See, I always admire champions, especially when I can pull up their pedigree and say, I know why that dog won. You know what I mean? I mean, I've always felt like that, and that's probably why I'm so enthused into, pedigrees and paying attention and always wanting, it takes a frame of mind to do something. You know, and for him to do that and grab at what he was grabbing at and to make those things happen, it's kind of funny. Because you always want to sit down. My question is, man, what was your mindset, man? What was your mind on when you did that right there? Did you know you was going to get that? You know, what was it? Now, somebody asked me, man, what made you breed the Mayday? Well, Mayday wasn't even known. What made you go breed to him? Well, it wasn't the same reason that I went and bred the Grand Champion Ace. My boy, it wasn't that reason. When he went and bred the Grand Champion Ace because he couldn't get Dodger Stevens, but guess what? He didn't change his retribution on what he wanted as far as what he was going to breed to. That was the thing. He's breeding to a great dog, a winning dog, and that's his bottom line. I don't care what dog it is, as long as it's winning. And it was bred to win. We found Ace. You look at Ace's pedigree, he was built and bred to be a match dog. That's why we went to Ace. Now, when it comes to Mayday, I saw what I wanted to see. Once I realized that he was bred with yellow in him, coming right off of yellow, then I was sold anyway because I got Amber. Remember, I met them with Amber breeding up Yellow Apache. I mean, not Yellow Apache, but Angel's Apache. You know, so yeah, that was definitely on my list because then I had, when I wasn't able to use Amber, you know, because she had got cancer. By the time her next heat, she was swole up from the cancer took over. She was already an older dog when I tried to make the breed. And that's probably why she didn't take. But to be able to come back with her daughter, you know, and take that opportunity in that free breeding to go breed to this monster I just got done seeing, you know, with right off of yellow too, I'm taking a chance. Yes, I'm taking a chance on based on what I saw. And he lined up. Whoever thought that he would become Mayday the Great Dog? I didn't. You know what I mean? Shark Tank, y'all was busy tonight. A lot of pedigrees. They putting pedigrees up there, man. You just let me run.
Because what I was seeing in the chat was the back and forth that we was talking about. You know, still had the back and forth because again, you're gonna have the breeder.
You're gonna have the blood.
And you're gonna have the blood. Yes, there is Boyle's blood. But it ain't all Boyle's blood. It's gonna be Boyle's the breeder
and Boyle's the blood. Now, which one is Boyle's the blood?
That's where you start picking the dog.
That's right.
It's all about the dog.
It's the dog. It's the generation. That four-way. I showed you what it was. Most guys never thought about that. Never looked at it like that. I was going to go hit Backstreet Trues, Superman. Them dogs. Remember, they got a whole line of dogs that they still running Backstreet. Them guys is years of that. And they call their dogs Boyle's dogs. But we'll have to go see. They call Patty a Boyle's dog. Come on, y'all, let's do this disclaimer and shit. Okay, let's do that. And please wait as we load your presentation. This is one of them times that I would love to have been like paying attention to the chat so I could see what y'all was talking, what y'all was doing, I mean, am I meeting the meter? I was saying I would love to see, this would be one of them times I would love to see the chat, and see what was going on in the chat, Because I know the chat won't be all changed on things like that. Conversations be deep. Guys is grabbing their papers, ready to go off. I ain't got no boomerang in my shit. Just don't run into somebody who got the boomerang in their shit and then watch this show. Cause they gonna say, hey man, you ain't got the Boyle's blood. You might have the Boyle's brand. The true Boyle's blood, you ain't got all that. Let's talk about this right here for right now, y'all. Since we was on that, let's talk about it. Don't forget our disclaimer, y'all. All right? The views herein expressed in this post do not necessarily reflect those of myself nor the forum owner, and shall be viewed strictly as entertainment and for historical purposes only. I know the forum owner either promote or condone any violations of the Animal Welfare Act of 1976 or any other local, state, and or federal laws. Again, this post shall be viewed strictly as entertainment and for historical purposes only. Live by this disclaimer. Get your dog rabies shots. Get your dogs registered. They come to your yard, you ain't got to go. All you got to do is bring your paper to the door. No, they can't see your shit. That's all. Live by your disclaimer. You live by that disclaimer. Put your cameras up out there, guys, because you see cameras catch everything. I have to say to them boys down there in Memphis, I hope everybody stay cool. I have my condolences and shout out to the family. It was a terrible thing that I saw today, but hey, shout out to Memphis. Hold it down, fellas. You know what I mean? But that's how important them cameras is. Thank God for the cameras. If that don't show you what you need cameras for, thank God for the cameras. That's all I got to say on that matter. Thank God for the cameras. All right, y'all. I know it's going to be some question and answer time before I step away from here because I don't want to go into this any further than where I've been. I want y'all to regroup off of that. You know what I mean? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go and put my stuff up here right quick. And I hope y'all enjoyed this because it was I came into this with the indication that this was gonna be interesting because some guys don't never look deep enough to see, you know, the other side of things. You know, you'd be surprised on, you know, your mind, and when I throw those curveballs out there, how the first thing you come to think of is, what is he talking about? You know, but it always makes it interesting. It always makes it interesting once you figure out what I'm talking about, though, don't it? Let's see if I can put me some Backstreet. Okay, hold on, fellas. Let me see where this thing going here. Don't look like nothing I like pulling up. No, like okay, here we go, y'all. I just had to go grab this one, y'all. Hope y'all don't mind. Backstreet guys, you know, Backstreet Kennels. See, now this is their stuff. Sometimes they say they got the best BOYLES line in the world. What do y'all think? We still got to go in here and find the boomerang, right? Do you see it in there, anybody? I don't see it. I mean, we can go look. I mean, I don't mind going to look, though. Okay, let's see. Let's start off here. I'm going to pick big boy. This is the backbone to this shit right here, y'all. See the Hank. We see the Eli. We see the Patrick. I mean, the Bolio. Now all we need to do is complete it with the boomerang. Is Backstreet Superman a boiled blood, or did we just call it Backstreet blood? What y'all want to call it? You know, is that three-way cross again? We can give them their own card. Can we give them their own card? Because you'll see. That's where I'm going. Thank you. You didn't let me get there, man, and sock me in the eye, man. You know what I'm saying? I know where I'm going, man. You took my parade from me, bro. You took my parade. I was getting ready to do this, y'all. You see what I was doing. You know I knew the right way to go, since some of you guys might not have known. But yes, this is a BOYLES blood.
Wolfie, peace out, bro. I see you, fam.
Y'all see that? It's got all four of them in there. Probably why they've been able to maintain their pedigrees like they have all these years. Because they're playing in the right parade, you know what I'm saying? Good breeding, good formulas. Can't say no good results. I mean, I would have thought some of you guys would have picked up on that right off the bat because anytime you see Mabel, you see Queen. Anytime you see Queen, anything related to Queen, you best believe you're going to find it. There's a lot of great dogs in here they produce. See that? Two pages. It's the Supergirl. See that heavy Hank? That's that three-way we were talking about, right? Y'all see it, right? Remember Smokey? See the combination? That's a three-way. That's the breeder. That's a brand. Not the blood. Okay.
Hello?
Crystal.
Hey, what's up, man?
Remember what I told y'all? Anytime you see these dogs here, Mabel. You see Mabel. Anybody see any boomerang? I see the brand. Good line too, ain't it? You make you wonder about that four-way because you start looking at that three-way and be like, dang. Again, what do you see? Three-way. You see it? Hank, Bolio, Eli. still produces good dogs, but the common factor, y'all, is the brand. I mean, do you use the 3 and the 4? Is the question that we started off with. Remember that? I'm showing you both sides. I'm showing you the 4, now I'm showing you the 3. And the one thing that the 3 had that the 4 didn't have. The 4 could go out there and branch out and do it on its own without needing the brand. I mean, it needs the brand, but it was the complete 4 that completed the actual bloodline, the blood itself. This right here, every time we run across the 3-way, you notice we're always running into the brand, the breeder, what the breeder was doing. In his progress of branding, he used this 3-way cross a lot. And produced some good dogs. But we go all the way back up to where I was. We looked at Supergirl. And again, you won't find Ron Boyles here. But you'll find his blood here. The Boyles blood. The combination of those 4 crosses. Good formula, good breedings make great dogs. Make consistency so much better. Put you on a whole new level of raising dogs. Puts a whole new level on what you feed. What you going out there raking up shit with. You know what I'm saying? What shit are you raking up? Good bread shit. That's what I call it. What are you taking care of? Good bread shit. You know? It gives you something to work with. And to me, like I said, papers don't make the dog. The dog makes the papers. That's what makes me want to go grab the papers. I have to see the dog to want to go grab the papers. And look, see what I can do to make it better or continue getting what I got. You know what I mean? So when y'all go to breaking these pedigrees down, look, we did so good on the Eli's. I think tonight, what we did, we broke something down that's going to probably be a conversation piece for quite some time on how do we name Boyles dogs. Not too many pedigrees, y'all, where we got a brand name and a bloodline, a real bloodline that carries the brand name in the blood. You know, does he have 2 different bloodlines of dogs? The 4-way and the 3-way? Because there is 2 different types of Boyles lines of dogs. We have the Boyles brand in the name. And then if you notice, a lot of those dogs that had the 4-way weren't actually bred by Ronnie Boyles. But it created a line. Ron Newman, Ron John, he did it. Look at him. Look what he came up with. You know, those were Boyles dogs, but they had the Boyles line, that combination of those 4. Which to me were more better dogs to me. The 4 is definitely, to me, better than the 3. The 3 has its winners, but they, you know, depending on, you know, me knowing the history of these dogs, y'all, I mean, I'll take the 4-way any day because there was no question on the dogs that when we point out those particular dogs, there's no questions behind their careers. None. you know? Because one thing that the Boyles dogs do throughout the years, we're always been a good line of dogs. But they carry that old stigma just like the Eli dogs carry. They had that tendency in the numbers, in the numbers. I'm not talking about in particular dogs. I'm talking about in the numbers. Like he said, coming straight out from Ron Newman's mouth, what he say? He said he had to go through 100 dogs to find maybe 2 good. Because they have the ability, they have the mouth, they have the body, they just lack the gameness. You know, they can beat you in 45, some even an hour. But anything after that, it's a 50-50 toss-up. And I refereed several of his shows. And there was definitely a common factor on the ones that I seen lose. If they're going to lose around that 40, 50 hour mark. They're going to pull up. They look good in the first 30, so they get a little winded or get a little pressure, they start falling back, and they don't never catch back up. You know, and that's just to say that he had the blood. He had it with all 4. Remember Kunta? He had it with all 4. I've seen several. You know, it's just, you know, I think the Kunta one really changed the aspect of we dealing with a whole new of Boyles dogs, because he was definitely a changing factor in the Boyles of back then to the Boyles of now. Because Kunta put a new safe name to that Boyle blood. You know, anybody that's got the Kunta blood in them, to me, it's like a different type of, it's like an evolving thing of the Boyles line that really solidifies, you know, a complete Boyles blooded dog. And he had put some real good ones out there, y'all. I know one in particular, he had bred Kunta to a Mayday bitch. And it was a champion off of her too. I know she became a champion. And I can tell you this much. That was one of the most, you know, you would think, guys, y'all would be doing that more often, being we got the Bolio cross, you just add the yellow. You know, that now you just added 5 to that. You know, tell them what y'all think of that move. But a hell of a good dog came out of that. Gameville got Kunta in them. You know, they line of good dogs got Kunta in them. And this cross with the Mayday. Inbred Mayday. They got some winners out of that. What do you call that? I call that a Boyles blood, Mayday blood cross. I don't even got to go in there digging in the pieces of that, because I'm starting with Kunta. Because Kunta to me was a major change in what I call, you know, one of the better Boyles dogs of yesteryear. He would be one of them. Because he wasn't like Andy CAPP. He wasn't like Queen. He was like the Boyles blood. You see what I'm saying? He was that 4-way. And he was definitely one to contend with. You know? I thought, you know, I would have loved to really test him with Buck Rogers. It would have been a great one. You know, I can't call the win, but it would have been something to see. I would have loved to see it. But I would have to say that he's probably the outside of greatness. You know, he was definitely one of the nicest Boyles dogs, because I think he could have beat any other Boyles dog out there as far as, you know, not just, you know, trying to destroy the line, but dogs in his weight class that was missing like on them threes and ones down there in that 3 condone area, he would have probably been a devastator on those type of dogs, because not only did he have that level of dogs like those dogs, he had another level that he could be very game and really even made it even harder, because his mentality was a little bit more rougher. And that made him just a real good dog. I want to see what Pandy was because see, Pandy had some boils in her, but was she a boil's blood? A boil's blood? I don't know. Let's go check. Because I compare her to Queen. Pandy. See what they say? The best boils bitch since Grand Champion Queen of Hearts. You already see her in there, right? So we notice that is a boil's blood. That's the boil's blood right there. Remember what I told y'all about them, right? I said when you look at that boil's blood, that four-way, look at the dogs that it produces. I hope I'm making my point. You know what I'm saying, fellas? I hope y'all understand that. Mic check one. I'm still there. Just making sure I'm still out there. Y'all ain't missing nothing. I don't want you to miss nothing. Another great one, right? Pandy. Nowhere in the world nobody been foolish enough to make her an 8-time winner.
Yep.
All they had to do was see her one time and they would have been convinced. Leave that one right there alone. For real. They said since Queen, because Queen had 8 challengers. No, there's no doubt in my mind that she could have easily been a 10-time winner. Probably so devastating, had 10 foolish enough to go in there and try. It would have been like, okay. Going there, Buck Rogers style. Well, one of his styles he had was they all were back in. But he had a little extra to his style because he knew how to bite his way back there. That means he would take off your chest, he would take off your nose, he would check off your head, and he was very, very strong. Like I said, we saw him snatch a dog over his back. Retch over his back, grab one, and flipped him over his front, and flipped him right in front of him and slammed him. After reaching over his back and grabbing him by the side of his face and snatching him, not only did he snatch his ass over his back, he slammed him when he snatched him in front of him. That's what I call strong. And he did that on a Stone City champion local dog. And that's why, I think we had the perfect style. One thing for sure, I believe in my Stone City Mayday shit. And when it came down to Bulldog Country, they were just another line of dogs. It's the very line of dogs that y'all that made Macho Buck and a lot of y'all and y'all Mayday Stone City crosses happy. Just like with Bebe. Remember, these are Stone City Mayday dogs that was bred, the first ones being bred. So you can best believe there was nothing I was worried about when it came to those dogs. If anything, I wish I would have had the opportunity. That was one of my things that I was working on before he just dropped dead on me. He was the perfect style. And it's just the fact that Kunta was a great dog. I mean, that would have been the show, not Wacko and Kunta. Buck Rogers and Kunta would have been perfect because it wouldn't have been no, out of bounds like there was an advantage and a disadvantage with the Wacko Kunta. This would have been mano on mano, and I had the dog that I believed in my dog, and I would have been glad to do it. I was actually trying to get it done. It would have been a good one, that's for sure. Because I liked the Kunta, but I had a body too. I had power too. One thing about it, when I get back in that ass in, like any other dog, they'll tell you about going hard dogs. When we get back there, you ain't biting us out of shit. Nobody will tell you they ever bit a going hard dog out they stifle. Everybody will tell you. Once they back there, it's over. You will be damaged. That was one of the major things that really made me what I was. You know, my Mayday dogs had something that everybody else's Mayday dogs probably didn't have. I had Grand Champion Ace. And in that Ace, I had the abilities of going into the ass in like Grand Champion Ace. My dog's style was a Grand Champion Ace style with the Mayday mentality, Stone City body. You know, they was just big, but they weighed light. My dogs are big for their weights. But Rogers could have went in at 39, 40, even 41. And when you bring him in there, they swear to God, he's a 46, 47-pound dog, the way he looked. I tell you, when we went into the local dog, that dog, they looked at us and was standing around like we was going way out. They was totally shocked when he got on that scale. That big-ass dog is only 41? Oh, shit. And that's what it looked like. The match looked like that. Their dog was 41 too, but our dog was way bigger, way stronger, definitely had more ability, and he was on a good one. It's just the size and the ability that we had was we just came in there with more of a complete dog. Not taking nothing from the dog that we beat, because he was definitely a hell of a good dog. It's just that we had the perfect dog. Like I said, it would have been a great match. I would have loved to see it happen, but it didn't happen. I'm going to leave it right there and give Kunta his props, because that's why I wanted to go into Kunta anyway. I'm not afraid to go into great dogs. How you going to make your shit great if you don't go see the great? You know, I'm a Marine. You said they got that hill was occupied, then my job is to go get it occupied by me. Then I'm going up there to that hill. And I'm going to go up there and try to occupy that hill. Matter of fact, I'm going to do everything in my power and stay there and scratch until I occupy that hill. That's what makes us who we are to the world. And that's the mentality that you carry and what you believe in. I believe in that in my dogs too. You know, I'm not kennel blind. I can look at a dog and tell you if I can go out and be the best thing out there. I didn't run over to Puerto Rico with Red Ace thinking I was going to go over there to lose to Tommy Boy. I went over there to kill her like I said I was. It didn't come out the way I wanted it, but my point was definitely made. My point was definitely made that people knew after what they saw that, if that boy got that kind of shit, better look out for him. Because everybody thought it was going to be an easy run through it. It turned out it wasn't. It was just like, they was lucky. But they paid for being lucky, but they won, but they lost a lot because they lost that grand champion. And they did finally see something that could go in there and do what they did to her that they think could never be done. And they did it, and it was done by a dog that wasn't even trying, that didn't even want to be there. She was forced to do what she had to do, and what she was forced to do, she did. If she didn't have to be forced to do it, and she came in there and she wanted to do it, we would have been out of there real quick, y'all. But it didn't take us long to go in there and chop her up and put her down. And those are the kind of dogs that we like. And with those kind of dogs, I don't care who you got. I'm not afraid of that. I ain't doing the punching and swinging. The hell I care. My job is to do it to make sure the one I do bring in that's doing the punching and swinging is ready to stand behind what I said and stand behind the work that I put in. I'm going to come in here punching and knocking the shit out of you. That's what we do. We don't run a lot of dogs. We just run the best dogs. You know what I mean, people? And that's all you got to remember. Remember, this is my time, not your time. Things are a little different now. But I'm going to give y'all, to me, the baddest dog, and Queen is not in that category when we're talking about Queen, because Queen is a 50-50, y'all. She's not a BOYLES blood. No, she's not necessarily. You know, handicap, not a BOYLES blood. Handy is a BOYLES blood. She has that 4-way. And if you notice, all them 4-ways, even not taking nothing away from Queen. Remember, I ain't gonna take nothing away from Queen. You go back to Queen. Queen is the 4-way. Mm-hmm. Bolio. What I don't see is Hank. That's the one I'm missing. So it is. She's the one that doesn't have Hank in her. She's a Boomerang Bolio cross. She don't even have Bully Son in her. See? 50-50 cross. 50-50 cross produced the best kind of match dog you ever want to see. And cross with Boomerang and Bolio, yeah. But when it comes to the Patrick blood, the actual blood itself, I would have to say Pandy. Pandy would be my pick as the baddest BOYLES dog when it comes to the blood. Pandy, hands down. Even though we send a lot of good ones, right? That one right there was definitely, she could have been a great, great grand champion, people. But if you seen what we saw, remember, I know Millbuster. Remember, Mikey came from Millbuster. My boy Mikey, the one that we beat Legion of Doom with. That's where he came from. He came from Millbuster. This little joint right here, Speedy Gonzalez on the kill. She was definitely one real, very rough, tiny dog. It ran 90 miles an hour, like letting out the Tasmanian devil. When y'all seen him come out that box, tear out the box, and he be in that tornado mode, swinging around, destroying everything, a whirlwind, a smash and shit. That's what Pandy was. Very, very fast, very pinpoint on her hits, just very overwhelming destruction. Okay.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. Time to shut it down. I know it was a very controversial show tonight. Look, let me tell you what the poll looked like tonight. Let me see what the poll looked like tonight. Hold on.
Okay. I really covered most of all the dogs I had on that list too, didn't I? Yeah, I did.
Okay, we had 189 votes. We had 62 for redo the breeding, 21% request a refund, 12% stud owner offers puppy, 5% request a puppy of choice. Pretty good poll.
Pretty good poll.
All right, fellas, we at that point in time. Look, you know what time it is. I need, you like what you're seeing in the content of the show tonight, I need you to show me some love. I need them thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. Muscles. I need them damn roses.
Sling 'em.
Hey, shout out to my Marine Corps brothers in the house tonight.
Super fire.
Shout out to
Hoorah.
my Marine Corps brothers in the house tonight.
Hoorah. I like to shout out to my homeboys in the AK. What's up, fellas? What's up, homie?
Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man. Big dog. What's up, fam? Hey. Oh my goodness. What's up, fellas? What's up? Hey, look, man. Shark Tank as usual. Y'all had it on hot. So many pedigrees flowing. You know, I couldn't get all through all of them. I know, but you know, when y'all get that full and y'all doing what y'all doing, that's a show within itself. A lot of good pedigrees. Again, I'd like to thank everybody who showed up tonight, showed out. To all the new viewers, appreciate the love. Y'all don't forget to hit them subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. And do not forget to hit them like buttons. Fellas, if you ain't hit that like button, hit that like button. Remember, that's the YouTube algorithm thing, and we do appreciate and love all the help. Remember, the like button don't cost you nothing. That's all I'm saying. Just a lot of good things that happen in the chat tonight. Shark Tank as usual. And everybody who watches this video, I'm always going to tell you, don't just watch the video, pay close attention to what's going on in the chat. A lot of good information, a lot of knowledge you can get right there just in the chat itself. Just follow along. Just why don't let him read the chat, because he'll get caught up in the chat. And before you know it, I can't never get him to look at the camera. You know what I mean? But look here. Don't forget to show your love. I need to see them thumbs up. I need to see them muscles. I need to see a whole bunch of them roses. And you know, next time we gonna see y'all, I'll be on Talk Shit Tuesday. So, I don't know how much y'all got out of the night when it came down to the BOYLES situation. Remember, everybody has their opinion on how you do things. But just remember, the dog make the papers. The papers do not make the dog. So all my bulldoggies, y'all keep that in mind, but ain't nothing wrong with having a good looking piece animal with some great papers. That's all I'm saying, you know what I mean? And always, don't forget, man, live by the disclaimer. You know what I mean? You gotta live by the disclaimer. That's all we trying to tell you, you know? Tell you what to do with your dog. All we trying to do is do right by your dog. That's where we at with this, you know what I'm saying? So, Mo, got any finishing messages, man?
Yeah, man. Don't forget, we got the Cash App out there and the thing, man. Which is the only way I'm gonna get out behind this desk. I'm sitting up here. I got all the equipment and everything that we need to get down with.
We getting on the road.
We're getting ready to get on the road, man. But I need gas money. I'm just letting y'all know. I need gas money. I need hotel money. I need to get on the plane money. I need all that, man, to make this thing work. You know what I mean? I'm always telling y'all I'm not a working man, so why would I spend the rest of my time in life, man, running around here hooking up with y'all? You know what I mean? We got a lot of stuff to bring with us, so come on now. Let's do this.
Yeah, life done made it a little impossible for little brothers to keep doing what we doing, so we got to change up the lifestyle for, you know.
Yeah.
We at that age where it's time to change up the lifestyle, so we love doing this, so we want to make it, you know, this is what we're going to be doing, you know, until God decide to say, you know, pull the plug, then guess what? We're going to have fun doing what we love to do. That's why, you know what I'm saying, them super chats, them Cash App donations, they help on a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, as far as this channel is concerned, because that's basically where everything that comes through this channel stays with the channel.
Yeah.
Outside of that, been had that for over 60-something years. Trust me, we got that. We got that. We got that. So, you know what I mean? If you want to help the channel, see the channel improve anymore, we're trying to get some merchandising going on. Yeah, we're coming up on that anniversary, so it's gonna be a little bit of a different look coming in for the next year. You know what I'm saying? So don't forget, February 16th will be our anniversary show. Look to have a whole new outlook on what we're doing moving forward, but we can't do it without your support. Won't do it without your support, because what is this channel without y'all? That's what I'm saying. Shark Tank, y'all keep doing what you're doing, baby. You're looking good. It looks good on you.
Now, you know, Mike didn't give me no numbers to put in but one on night, all right, y'all? So this is what we're gonna do, man. Next show, we're gonna do nothing but go back to all these pedigrees that we missed. Because I enjoy pulling up y'all pedigrees, all right? Tonight, I was on a point to be made thing, and he knew what point I was on, so he didn't bother me.
Yeah.
He let me go. And I hope I got through to y'all and showed y'all, you know, remember we doing different bloodlines every show now. I mean, come on. Y'all got to show the love on that. And the things that I'm pointing out on our journey. So, you know, when y'all go back to look back to that thing, y'all gonna see that's gonna be real surprising and interesting in what we did tonight. I would have been glad to see other guys out there in their pedigree to see where we would have been landing at now.
There was so many of them, man. I couldn't do it.
Man, hey, we can say that for another day. You know, we on point today because I got what I wanted to get in and give you guys something to look at and think about, right?
Yeah. That much you definitely got across. But remember, everybody's got an opinion.
Yeah.
And you can look at it how you want to look at it, but one thing you can't change the history. The past is the past, and it's considered the history, and it is what it is.
It is what it is.
All right then. But as always, you know what I mean, as always, you know how we do this. So one thing we gonna always try to do, and especially it can't get done with y'all help, man, with y'all help, we always
has to win.
Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up.
Y'all know what's
Hey man, don't forget we're gonna be hanging out in the parking lot afterwards. So don't everybody just disappear. You know what I mean? Y'all keep doing what y'all doing in the Shark Tank. That's why we leave it open so y'all can continuously do what y'all doing. And until y'all have a beautiful weekend, everybody stay safe, and we'll see y'all again on Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey. My
Dog of the night, y'all. Here with my dog of the night. Here she come again. You already know I'ma always reach for it. You know I'ma always reach for it. That's right. That's that Pandy. Yeah. That's that Boyles. That real Boyles brand and Boyles blood. Yes, sir. Come on.
Champion Pandy. Now that's a bulldog. Kennels in his house. What's up, fam? Magnolia Kennels, I see you, fam. Took care of that for you, fam. Marcus B, I see you, fam. Marquand, 1988, I see you, fam. Vladimir Irvin's in the house. I see you, fam. Eduardo Venezuela, I see you, fam. Boss Don's in the house, I see you, fam. Frederick! Yo, Frederick, how's that? I see you, fam. Appreciate the love to the Shark Tank. Appreciate the love. I feel you, fam. I ain't got all night. I'm in and out of there. Look here. I don't give a damn. Nah, you ain't gonna be in here all night. I'm trying to tell you. No, we're not gonna have that. I'm a believer in game. I'm a bigger believer in that killer. Stop it. Shout out to my West Coast peeps. What's up, fam? Hey, look here, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Do not forget to hit them like buttons. To all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Yeah. Again, to all the new viewers, appreciate you watching the show. Again, as you watch the show, pay attention to what's going on in the chat. We call it chat that Shark Tank. A lot of shit be going on in the Shark Tank. watching the video and paying attention to what's going on in Shark Tank, I'm telling you, you're gonna get mild information. I think you'll enjoy the show better if you once you get a grip on how this thing really works. It's all about them bulldogs. You want to take in as much information as you possibly can, because it's out there. Yeah. Y'all don't forget to live by that disclaimer. Y'all know what it do. Again, appreciate you guys watching the show. Remember, don't cost you nothing. I mean, not 1 red cent to hit that damn like button. see you, fam. Stepping up, baby. Got a different fraternity jumping off in this piece. All my bulldoggers stand up. All my bulldoggers stand up. Represent. Yeah. Let the pedigrees flow. Let them flow. All right, fam. Y'all know what time it is. It's that last call. Last call. Y'all know how that works. The lights is flickering. Vladimir, I'll see you, fam. So far, we got 196 votes on the poll. Y'all help me out here. Let's try to get 200 votes on the poll. That's a shout out to all my new viewers. Help me out here. Let's try to get 4 more votes on the poll. Appreciate the love. Shout out to all my new viewers in the show. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Appreciate you coming to the show. Appreciate you watching the show. Remember, you can catch us every Tuesday and Friday. Tuesday our Talk Shit Tuesday. Friday our Hot Mic Friday. 8 p.m. Tuesdays and Fridays. Come join us in the Shark Tank. Come show up and show out. As we close down for the night. Again, for all my new viewers, don't forget to hit those like buttons. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You need a notification, knowing Tuesdays and Fridays. But you need to get a notification, just hit that little bell over there. It will notify you when we fire it up. As we bring this to a close, I need everybody to stay safe and enjoy their weekend. Shout out to all my BOYLES people in the house. Gotta admit, there's a lot of good BOYLES dogs out there, fam. You already know that came in sin. That's where it all started at, fam. Damn, Vladimir, it's still early out there, man. Vladimir, it's like down there 1 o'clock. It's about 12:30. You know, we on that East Coast hard. So I know it sounds crazy, but shout out to my West Coast peeps. Shout out to my West Coast peeps. Glad we coming out that way. I got family out there, fam. Glad to come out there and talk dogs. Try to run into that 1 o'clock era, but you know what, man, look here. Sometimes you gotta go when you gotta go. Appreciate the new viewers that's coming in, taking that poll on one away. Just give me one more vote on that poll. I'll let you go. Help me out here. I know we got people from different parts of the world that watch this video, and I want to give a special shout out to you. Every once in a while, drop where you're from in the comment section, because I sure enough don't want to leave y'all out. Because I know you're out there. I know you're out there. Might as well let me go ahead and show you some love. All I need is one more vote on the poll, but somebody just do me some justice to give me that one vote on the poll. I'm trying to leave up out of here with at least 200 people on the poll. Hell, I got 900 and something views. What's the hell going on? We can't get everybody participating in the poll? Come on, man. I got 199 people on the poll. I only see 115 likes, but I got damn near over 900 views tonight. Come on now. Y'all gotta help me out now. Look here. It don't cost you nothing to hit the like button. The show don't cost you nothing to take the poll. We do a poll just to get a temperature check on what's going on. What's the purpose of showing up if you ain't gonna participate? That's all I'm saying. Don't cost you nothing to participate in the poll and hitting the like button. But then again, I appreciate the fact that you just show up. One damn thing for sure. We bulldogging over here. Straight up bulldogging. Again, special shout out to the Shark Tank. And they always show up and show out. And for all my new viewers, as you come to the show, we always advise you as you watch the show, watch the chat. You're gonna find a lot of good information in that chat. As you know that we carry a lot of blue in that chat room. It's something special to us. It's our Shark Tank. A lot of information. Always a lot of different opinions. But that's what makes the Bulldog game what it is. We all like what we like. But one thing we all gonna have in common, we gonna like these dogs, and that's the damn show. Appreciate the love on that poll. We finally got that 200 in the poll. Didn't change much. Our poll started out, if you pay the stub fee, and it doesn't produce, how would you want to handle the matter? 62% voted they would redo the breeding. 20% said they would request a refund. 12% stud owner offer them a puppy, they take it. 6% requesting a puppy of your choice. Well, that's a fair and honest poll. Give me a puppy, preferably a female.
I picked one. I really, but got 4 litters over there. Which one I want? I want that one right there. I want that female right there.
One.
No, I ain't even ready to this thing ain't gonna work. So you might as well go ahead and that's why I got one. I know the breed ball.
That's a story in its own. Somebody asked a question. Hold on, let me tell you something. They said, see if I can find it here. Appreciate putting my poll. I know y'all coming to North Carolina. Oh, hell yeah, that's first off, fam.
Coming to North Carolina. North Carolina.
Yeah. That Ohio bound. Appreciate the love, Vladimir. Sound check. I hear you, fam. I know I see it. Appreciate the love. Came and Sam, appreciate the love, fam. Gotta definitely hit me up on that email, man. That's goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. Send me some info so I can stay in touch, fam. Send me an email. If you can hear me now, there go the sound check. Look, came and send me an email. goinghardreloaded@gmail.com, fam. Let me see if I can stop that static for you. Still static, fam? Should be getting a little bit better right there. Should be getting a little bit better. It get any better there? Cam. Don't forget, send me that email. goinghardreloaded@gmail.com, fam. Send me just shoot me an email so I have your information, man. We stay in touch. Cause you know we're coming that way. I hope that sound got a little bit better before you came. Again, I'd like to give thanks to everybody who took the poll tonight. Appreciate the love. Fam, as long as you got the message, fam, I'm still with you. As I said, the time has come. The parking lot will be closing. Last call. Last call. Again, appreciate everybody that came out and watched the show tonight. Shout out to all my new viewers. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to show up Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday, 8 p.m. Come show up and show out. Until then, everybody have a good weekend. But you know I gotta rock out with you. Come on. yeah. As we rock this out, look here. Again, appreciate the love. Shout out to the Shark Tank. Shout out to all my new viewers. Shout out to all my new subscribers. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. And you know what? We gonna see y'all Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday. Everybody enjoy your weekend. And remember, keep on scratching. I'm out. Peace. One time. I'm out.